here at COMENSA conference, the second day. I'm one of the panel members. I'll be speaking around 10:40 to 11 something. So I'm very happy to be here. I can't wait to share what I know, especially based on our topic, evidence-based research for coaching and development. So it's going to be very interesting. We're going to be talking about research. Of course, I'm from academia, so my focus will be on how we can enhance COMENSA through publications. They can publish, make articles, so that they become more out there, and then they can share their knowledge with the general population.
It's my second day back at COMENSA and I'm loving every minute. I'm a health and wellness coach who only joined this year to be part of COMENSA, and I have loved every minute. The inspiration, the motivation, and the absolute energy that I found in this room is going to keep me going for another 12 months. Thank you so much for this wonderful experience.
The experience has been amazing. Most of the information that has been shared so far from day one is actually mind-blowing. There's lots that I didn't know that I know now, and it's really been amazing. The caliber of speakers has been first class.
My name is Sipokuhle Dludla. I am here at the COMENSA Africa Conference representing SACAP, the South African College of Applied Psychology, and we are showcasing all of our coaching courses that we offer at SACAP. It's been a very wonderful conference. Looking forward to attending next year.
Very good morning and welcome to day 2 of the COMENSA conference. For those of you who were here yesterday, gift the new people. What stayed with you from yesterday? Anything that was shared during the day, it might have been the gala dinner. Scan the room and for 6 minutes, try and talk to 2 new people. Introduce yourself. Tell them what stayed with you, and then you come back into the room and we get ready for the panel that's starting at 9:10. Jeremy Clampett, for those who were at the gala dinner yesterday, got the presidential award. Woohoo! For those who don't know Jeremy, let's make him famous. You want to stand up, Jeremy, so people can see you? Jeremy got the presidential award for volunteering, for going beyond and above, and always just contributing to this community tirelessly over the years. And evidence of that is this kind gesture. So a few minutes ago, he handed me a copy of his book called Coach with Confidence. I was lucky enough to get a copy last night and I scanned through it. I was like, ooh, I must sleep tomorrow's work. But this is a fantastic book that you would want in your hands. So, who would like to share an insight from yesterday? First person gets a prize. Ooh, I saw that hand. The lady in blue, do we have a mic? The lady in blue wants to share an insight from yesterday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Liesel Baileyveld. I'm from the Western Cape, the winning chapter last night.
Woo-hoo!
There were many insights from yesterday, but the one that really stuck with me is the systems thinking. I know that from a science perspective, but to think that your client that sits in front of you is a system within themselves that operate within a bigger system, which operates in a bigger system. So I thought that was very, very insightful. And the academic literature that, was it Peggy? I think it was
Peggy
Dr.
Marshall.
Yeah, Peggy Marshall that she quoted is definitely on my reading list, yeah. So just remember that your client in front of you is a system. I thought that was brilliant. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. My brother Peter Manyaka will hand over the book, and if you want it signed by Jeremy, you've already got a book. Oh my goodness, one more person, 30 seconds. Yes, at the back there with the shirt. Hey, gender balance. Ow, gender balance. Let us, sharing is caring. Yes, so that the panel can come up.
Yeah, Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Hodzo Tau. I am from the Free State.
Woohoo!
Oh, that's beautiful. What landed for me yesterday was at the gala dinner.
Yes.
Mark's speech just said it all. What we're struggling with, for starters, we are not going to succeed in dealing with the unemployment of the young people in this country. We have to move towards creating a generation of job creators rather than job seekers. So what he put through to us yesterday, that they may get money, but what is the trouble, what is the biggest challenge is how they have to navigate the terrain once they've got the money. So for
Spot
me,
on.
that is the best thing that I got yesterday. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much and enjoy the book from Jeremy. So, colleagues, day 2 begins, and I would like to call upon our president, President Mohau, who's going to lead the first panel discussion. The first panel discussion is looking at regulating and professionalizing the coaching, mentoring, and supervision industry. For those who were here yesterday, we are deepening the conversation. We are getting clearer around what needs to be done, what is correct, how we can fare against the rest of the world. President Mohau, over to you and to your panel.
As introduced, my name is Mohau Mpumela, by the program director. And today we are talking about a real serious subject and conversations. Especially, let me start with the proviso of saying we are having a country that is really battling with unemployment. And coaching, like in my other life, I'm in construction. Construction is one of those that creates a lot of employment in the country, and it is open to accept as many people, even mainly from the previously disadvantaged communities. But here we are talking about professionals. But coaching is one of those which is purported to be, yes, we found different numbers on from $5 billion US dollars to $20 million US dollars annually. And it is one of those professions where you can literally just do an 8-hour course online and you're good to go and you can call yourself a coach. But what here is the professionalization and the regulation of this industry of coaching, mentoring, and supervision. How do we professionalize it? Do we regulate it? Do we get to have it to be a self-regulatory environment, like it is happening with the International Coaching Federation, ICF, like it's happening with the European Coaches Mentors Council? In South Africa here, our body has took a firm decision. And that's why I have this panel here, which is made up of the regulator, which is made up of practicing professionals, and which is also made up of our very own COMENSA credentialing standards and criterions. We also have the National School of Government because we do believe that we can make a difference in empowering our public sector in South Africa. If anything, public sector is there, a National School of Governance is there to empower public sector, and we are dependent on it. My panelists, let me get you to introduce yourselves briefly. Starting on the far left, coming all the way, just 1.5 minutes to introduce yourself.
My name is Jaap Nel. If you don't know me, I am actually responsible to make sure that COMENSA is recognized by SACWA. And they got their certificate for re-recognition last night for
5 years.
For 5 years, but 4 times. Okay. So yeah. congratulations to that also. My role is, as I said, that it's making sure that that COMENSA is recognized. But there's a question that he posed or that he indicated here is on the professionalization of the public sector. I know that NSG is working with SACWA to say how can we make sure the public sector is also professionalized. But on the other hand also, that what's the value of a person being designated by COMENSA? And I think that is your question that you ask, regulatory or regulatory by an act or self-regulatory by the industry itself. And in my opinion, and we will discuss it later also, is self-regulation may be the best way. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Izimangali Somalaji. I'm from the National School of Government. Thank you for inviting me here, CEO. So my role at the National School of Government, I'm the Chief Director I deal with young people, Chief Director for Cadet and Foundation Management. So youth that is coming into the public service for the first time, they go through our doors, education, training, and development. That is what we do to equip and empower them for the work in the public service. But in terms of coaching, we have coaching programs through the school, and I'm a coach myself. I went through the University of Stellenbosch. That is where I was qualified as a coach. But further than that, I work with the youth in the public service on a program which is called ELIPS, Emerging Leaders in the Public Service, where we are coaching these young people, empowering them and ensuring that we prepare them for future leadership roles. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Linda Remke. I'm an avid entrepreneur, 30 years entrepreneur, and I'm still passionate about it, but I'm equally passionate about being a master practitioner coach with COMENSA and also supervisor coach. So I play in the entrepreneurial space. I loved hearing from Mark last night. It was amazing. Mark, I hope you're here. Otherwise, we need to follow up later. But yeah, for me, it's all about, I have two businesses, Evolve and Hello Coach. And Hello Coach is really about democratizing coaching. I realized in my own practice that I only had 8 hours in the day to offer the value of what coaching brings. So by democratizing coaching, you only do that with collaboration. And I have amazing collaborative coaches with us on the platform. But with that comes a huge sense of responsibility of regulating and professionalizing, and that everyone is aligned to the vision of what we are driving towards, as well as being adhering what we have to, how we need to regulate ourselves in the profession. So I'm very excited to be here today, and I look forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sean Fenn. I'm the chairperson of the Membership Criteria and Standards of Competence. Now, you understand why we reduced it down to MAXAC, because it's a bit of a mouthful. And our responsibility is to sit at the heart, on the core of COMENSA, and to make sure that our regulations and the application of the measure, I want to use the word, the measure of structure is maintained throughout COMENSA at every level. I also sit in the Department of Education, and I recognize my boss, DG Sishi. And so I sit in both worlds, and I understand what happens when regulations fail and when bodies fail to apply that. And I think we're having a very important discussion today, because it seems like we're at the convergence point and a nexus point in South Africa and globally around coaching standards and making sure there's this ethical practice as we move forward with this very, very sincere and deep growing professional practice. Coaching and mentoring in Africa is important. We need to go there.
Thanks, Sean. On that very note, let me just get back to you straight on that, because you are representing COMENSA in setting those standards and ensuring that coaching is indeed recognized as a profession. How would you describe the current state of the coaching profession or coaching industry in South Africa? Coaching, mentoring, and supervision.
And supervision.
Yes, today.
So a very good question, Maha, because we are unique globally because we are registered with a government and we are registered with a professional standard, which makes COMENSA very unique in the world, whereas EMCC, ICF, and the rest of the global coaching bodies and mentoring bodies are basically businesses or associations. And that requires us to set a standard. And so from our one point of view is that we have the highest standards and are recognized for the intensity at which we make sure that we comply with SAQA. 1, 2 is align ourselves with global standards. Our behavioral standard framework, for example, is a clear indication of how stringent we are and how dedicated we are to ensuring professional practice. The second one is as we look, ICF and EMCC has 58,000 members, and they're penetrating Africa a lot. And we are looking, and why I mentioned convergence is we are looking together with them at how do we bring ourselves collectively to the same point. So there are structural differences. For example, EMCC has 4 levels. We only have 3 levels in our designations, which makes this progressive. Some ICF have a deeper requirement for hours and numbers of clients. So there's something that we can learn from that, and we're starting to talk to each other around that. Finally, there is a structural gap in our framework on supervision. Supervision is a growing, and for those in the audience, it's guided reflective practicing. It requires a coach to sit with someone who's also a coach at a senior level and just to reflect on their practice and what happened in their sessions. The idea is like a psychologist has a psychologist, so you should have a supervisor, and we'll have to change that name, I think, Yapi, in terms of SAQA, because it has strange connotations in our context. And there's an opportunity for us as COMENSA and as SAQA to set the bar by actually registering designations that speak to supervision. And this will be a major step forward and also guide the rest of the international framework as to what to do. We've actually already set a behavioral standards framework for supervision, so we're actually very keen to present that to SAQA and move in that direction.
Coming to you, Dr. Malachi, we've just signed an MOU with yourselves as the National School of Government. Seeing or looking at what is currently happening, there seems to be a leadership vacuum out there, but government is also tasked with a far more bigger responsibility of developmental growth and all of that in the country. And in light of our MOU, we would like to actually work together with yourselves to bring the coaching and mentoring into the public sector to be able to get highly supported leadership and people at different levels of the public sector to be coached, to be mentored. Do you believe that formal regulation in this industry will do it good, or should it still continue to be self-regulatory, and self-regulation is self-sufficient? Sean alluded to the 58,000. I know, there are bigger even numbers, close to about 70,000 if you start talking EMCC, ICF, International Coaching Federation. So do you believe we should regulate or should not regulate?
Thank you, Mahal, for that question. I think in the public service, coaching is fairly new. We haven't taken up a lot of that space as the public service. So it is important that we grow into that space as the public service. And it will be good, to see our leaders in the public service. You have a new DG, for them to have a coach. I mean, when you're in the private sector, a new CEO, even an existing CEO, they still have a coach. A springboard where they can bounce ideas if they have challenges, somebody that they can talk to. So it is important that the leadership of the public service as well, we get into that space where a new DG will be afforded a coach, so that they are able to know what it is that is required of them, but they have a springboard and a sounding board where they can, speak confidently and in a confidential way with their coach. And in the public service, being ethical is very important as well. So as a leadership, there should be a point where we are saying every leader has a coach. So coaching, it's broad and it's evolving. And like I said, in the public service, it's still new. And a lot of strength comes from its flexibility. As we know, we've got different coaches. You have a life coach, a wellness coach, and so on. However, at some point, we need to look at regulating to ensure that the standards are the same across, to ensure that the practice is the same. And as I've already alluded to ensure that people are ethical, your coaches, because I have realized that a lot of people do not understand what coaching is about. I have a friend, the friend will say, hey, today at work we are going for coaching. And I ask, what do you do in coaching? Say, hey, they take our performance agreement and then they ask you, what have you done? Why haven't you achieved this? Why? And I've said, but that is not coaching. I said, no, my boss says it's coaching. Look here. On the program it says that we are doing coaching today. So a lot of people, there is still that element where people need to understand what is coaching. But beyond that, soft regulation should be done to ensure that the principles, the practices are the same across the coaches. Thank you.
Yapi, you're the regulator. What are the risks? May it be ethical or practical of having an unregulated coaching and mentoring environment?
Thanks. We had long discussions around this previously also on what do we mean by regulating, self-regulating. And if you say that you're following the regulatory route by having an act, that's a long process also. But I agree what the previous speaker said is, how do you make sure that people getting into the space are professionalized? And from SACWA perspective is that there are many industries that's easy to get in there. So, and it was mentioned that you can do a short course and you can then call yourself a coach. But being there is that, and part of what we discuss at SACWA also is, do we need to have sort of in the act, a clause to say fraudulent designations? We do have fraudulent qualifications in bogus colleges. But if a person said that I'm a coach and not designated, should it be in our act so that you then can take them on to say that they are not designated? And the ethical part is that, again, is on National School of Government, is that what we keep on saying, that working with professional bodies recognized by SACWA, people sign a code of ethics. So you can take them on to say that it is ethical. And that is what we as SACWA want to see. But I think that the challenge that we ask is that, we had a discussion this morning when I said that you need to speak to your neighbor, is that what's the value of being part of COMENSA, for example? And from a member perspective, and not necessarily from an employer perspective, to say what is the value of that. But to come back to your question also is, if you say that I have a professional body recognized by SACWA, is that you know that your designations, when it's registered with SACWA, that you need to have an underlying qualification. And I know that it's very broad in coaching. You mentioned construction, people mention public administration, psychology, but there's also then that specialized type of learning that you need to have, or experience that you need to have to be designated as a coach, to give you that designation to say that I am designated, I signed a code of conduct, and if I mess up, I can be then taken on that. Thanks.
Perfect. Now we're bringing a coach, a professional coach and a master coach through COMENSA. Linda, what in your view should define a professional coach, mentor, and a supervisor? She's also a supervisor in her own right.
Right, so I'd like to just get back, maybe take a few steps back. A professional coach is not about a title. It's about our presence, our ethics, and our accountability. And I want to speak into institutions and academies out there. My journey to become a coach was with a strong foundation. I have a very strong foundation. Because why? When I signed up for my qualification, I was signed up immediately as a student, member of COMENSA. I was introduced immediately to what it means, that there's a code of ethics, and there is framework and criteria to be the coach that we need to be. And I really believe that if there's one call I want to make today is that, and I must say, we have a pipeline of 200 coaches on Hello Coach platform. In order to regulate that, it's important that each one of those coaches are part of a body of coaching and mentoring. Because this framework and this code of ethics, as Yapi said now, code of ethics, it doesn't only protect us as a platform, it protects the client, and it protects you as coach. And being under supervision, it's exactly that too. We become your independent thinking partner as a coach, because it's about who are you as a person, who are you as a professional, as a coach, and who are you in your practice. So when it comes to what defines a professional coach, I mean, it starts right there. And if we take ownership as coaches and we introduce to that, I always say you don't know what you don't know until you know what you don't know. If you introduce to that from day one, you know. And that brings your professionalization as a coach, mentor and supervisor to the marketplace with confidence. And that I would coin as a professional coach.
But here's the point. In a country like ours, and our motivational speaker yesterday repeatedly talked about access. Access. People are saying access. People that don't have the opportunity to have that access. And again, they're saying, for us to be able to grow as a profession, as an industry, and this is open for any one of the takers to say, we are inhibiting growth by limiting access through regulation. Now, should coaching be formally regulated in a similar way like other professions, like psychology? You even have an institution of directors yourself. We are not there, but we know the majority of our people do not have that access. Anyone can take that.
I think we have to understand that when there are regulations in place, it creates market safety and sets a standard. Access on the other side brings, based on yesterday's discussion, brings an entirely different debate. That in fact what we need to do is create access mechanisms to feed into professional bodies. It's possibly something that we're missing, and it was a aha moment yesterday and last night when I thought, we have no conduit into a professional body. And that might be something that we can do. It also speaks to our desire to go into Africa. So we have this tension between regulation within the SACWA framework and Africa who wants the same standard and quality, but won't be recognized by SACWA because they have their own qualifications authority. And so that's why I spoke in the beginning. We are at a nexus point where some serious, deep conversations need to take place around how do we create an Africa-specific coaching and mentoring relationship and environment and body that speaks to both the standards that can be trusted and the credibility that can be gained by aligning to SACWA regulations and SACWA requirements. And so that's a nice one. And we say self-regulate ourselves, yes, but we regulate ourselves against a standard, and that's very important. If there is no standard, it's a free-for-all. And we know the 8-hour coach does not necessarily mean that you can coach, or you can mentor, or you are a supervisor.
Another big question here is that government is too stringent in regulating. And you police, you bring people down as in like, you're a chief whip there. If it doesn't happen, there's this and that. There's consequences, as our president would always say, there'll be consequences. That's what regulation goes with. The question is, who should be responsible for this regulation? Should it be government? Should it be professional bodies? Or the market itself? There were arguments shown that our COMENSA credentialing, it's a lot tougher than the International Coaching Federation. And that is still one of the biggest challenges we currently have. And you've talked about us revising the hours that are required to be recognized as a coach. Even other than the formal training, you still have to have the coaching hours. And that is one of the things that people do believe that and frown upon regulation. Who should regulate?
I believe that it should be shared between institutions such as COMENSA, SAQA, government. Because the problem is, if it is not regulated and it is open to everyone, you will get a lot of chances. I mean, you look at the medical profession, it is highly regulated, but you still find bogus doctors. So imagine if the coaching and mentoring was just open to anyone. Anyone can just come and say, hey, I am a coach. And there will be more harm done to clients by somebody who is not regulated by anyone, who does not adhere to any standards. Therefore, it is necessary that there is that balance between who should regulate government and institutions such as yourself as COMENSA. So for me, it is very important to have that regulation. Otherwise, you will have a lot of chances who say, oh, come here, I will coach you or I will mentor you. And there will be more harm to the clients. And it is very necessary for the clients to be protected and for the coach as well. And we can do that through the regulating. Thank you.
This one is specific to you, Linda, as a coaching supervisor. There are coaches that have their own fears, their inadequacies, and sometimes do feel that they're alone. It has been said that coaching can be a very lonely career. And supervision is one of those that will hold a mirror for a professional practitioner to go and reflect with a coaching supervisor. Should coaching supervision be mandatory, yes or no? If yes or no, give the reasons why
I think
would you recommend
it's a
that?
non-negotiable. I'd like to bring Raymond Ackerman's story of the table with the 3 legs into this play at the moment. The legs representing the people, the client, as well as the profit. Right? You can remove one of those legs. Will that table stand? And when I look at supervision, I relate that to the 3-legged table. Excuse me. We need to take care of ourselves for who we are as a person. We know we are multifaceted. We know we deal with our own challenges. Where do we go to but to supervision to be able to explore that? Where we can become vulnerable, we can be truthful, and we can really monitor ourselves and regulate ourselves as a person. We are responsible to do that because we are responsible for holding spaces for others. So how are we presenting ourselves as coaches if we're not being able to regulate ourselves, navigate ourselves, and then we need to navigate others and regulate others? And last but not least is our practice. You know, how ethical is our practice? How are we staying up to date with our CPD points? How are we continuously learning? Yesterday's learning for me was just amazing. Just being in this space again and just hearing from other experts. We need that. So, because we have the sense of responsibility of holding spaces for others as supervisors, and that coaches need that space, I say it's a non-negotiable.
Perfect. This is this is a burning issue out there, and I would like to open it up. If anything, I know there's questions, and let's have the roving mics doing the rounds, because I told you, you can just see the hands as I open it up. So I would like to spend a lot more time, but please, we are limited on time, and I'm trying to control the panel to give yourselves a much more time. Madame Louise.
Is this thing on?
1 and 2. Sorry, you were the first one, sir.
Yeah, all right.
Apologies.
My
Sorry.
name is George
Yeah.
Zamera. I'm a founder and CEO at Vula Unlock Consulting. And I'm an executive and leadership coach. But my background is law. I studied law, practiced as an attorney, and I left and I did 20 years in commerce. So I have my feet in both sides. Okay. But the important thing about the issue of our regulation is we start with the first thing is, as a principle, is it something that we should do? When you compare with the legal profession, the doctors, the engineers, etc., for credibility, yes, you must regulate. The next thing becomes, what's the detail? We have AI, we have humans. How do we regulate for the humans? How do we regulate for AI? And to what extent do we regulate? Do we target the ethics only? Do we go beyond and talk around fees and structures? That is the detail. But the most important conversation is, do we or don't we? And then if we do, what are the things that we take into account? Understanding the environment we're in, and also understanding that the environment is so volatile that any regulation that you bring up, not only with coaching, but with any industry, will consistently need to be reviewed and checked, because the world moves so fast. But I think as a principle, we should take, do we regulate? If we say yes, then we go into the detail.
Perfect. If I understand you, you're literally saying you are for regulation, is the how part of it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's really for the credibility of the profession.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. I'm Louise Lepan from the National School of Government. I want to tie on my first speaker, George, and he raised the issue of financing, funding, financial resourcing. Let me tap into that question deeper and say, if we are regulating, what does the regulations look like in terms of coach fees? What do they charge? And I'm asking that on both sides. Access for people who are interested to come to coaching and finances become a barrier. And then on the other side, the coach side, who looks at their coaching practice, their mentoring practice, supervision practice in a way to generate an income and a living. So the regulations then help to look after both and rather than either or. Maybe you can say something on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Louise.
Hello, my name is Kuba Riem. I'm from the Kalahari. 5 years ago, I got brilliant funding from one of the mines in Kuruman. I am in my 5th year of coaching local community members between the age of 19 and 35, and we are using YAPI, your SAQA accredited coaching and mentoring, 15 credits NQF level 4 and 5. I'm afraid we are setting those youngsters up to fail. They come from the deep rural areas. We've got brilliant funding. We see them monthly. We're actually sending portfolios of evidence up to your offices now via Nzalama training. But those youngsters do portfolios of evidence and 2 practicals in the community, and then they call themselves coaches. I am mentoring 2 of them. They were in the first cohort in 2021. And I believe that they are ethical, that they have integrity, but I'm afraid within SAQA, I would like to suggest that if students do that specific course, we offer them free membership for COMENSA for at least a 2-year supervisory period.
Okay. Let me put it into context. Louisa, you touched on a very important issue of the fees. A lot of people are saying coaching is for the elite anyway. It is for those that can afford it. And I think it's talking to, yes, to what the lady has also said. I missed your name, ma'am. Should the fees be regulated as well? No. or yes. Other people will say this is a free market system. But in a free market system, that you cannot regulate in the same way that you don't regulate for professions like being a doctor and all of those.
If you look at regulation, self-regulation, is that from a SACWA perspective is we provide the regulatory framework for the recognition of professional bodies. And I think that when you touch, for example, on fees, is that, and what was mentioned also from the lady from Kalahari, is that if it's regulated by an act or a regulation, is that you may not allow access for some people to the industry, or let me say to the profession. Because from our side also is that we need to make sure that people are really professionalized. So questions that people ask is that, what do we mean by profession? What do we mean by professionalization? And what do we mean by professional designation? And if you really look at regulation, from my perspective, I think that you will not really then go on and professionalize the industry because you will focus more on the regulatory part. So it should be regulated, what my colleague said here, regulated in such a way that it's not to have an act for that, but to have a professional body making sure, and that is from, again, we work in the system, that you need to consult as wide as possible. You need to consult with government, you need to consult with industry, you need to consult with your members. And from there on is what you need to do, is so that how can we make sure that industry knows about COMENSA, for example, and when they set out tenders that they make use of designated COMENSA members as part of those tenders. Thanks.
Clearly, there's a lot more bigger discussions on whether to regulate and not to regulate. We've talked about the limiting factor of access. If you over-regulate, we talked about the challenges of fees, which do not even allow the access for the consumers of coaching to even access the coaching, let alone regulating the entry point of young up-and-coming coaches coming into the space. So, and Dr. Malachi, you talked about both. I quite like the concept. And what sort of leeway do you believe should be given by the regulator or be allowed by the regulator to have that flexibility?
Self-regulation is important, but also, we look at regulating as either government and SACWA and COMENSA working together. So for me, pricing is something that, there can be some flexibility to say, how much do you charge? And that would go with you as a coach according to the experience and the skill that you have. Because my experience is that, CEO, that, when something is free, people don't commit to it. You say that I'm going to coach you for free. They will come for the first session, second session, and from there they disappear. But if there's a price to it and a person knows that I am paying 1,000 rand for this hour or I'm paying 500 rand for this hour, trust me, they will come back and up until they complete their session. So perhaps a pricing should be, where there will be a little bit of flexibility in terms of how much you charge, but depending on your skill and your experience as well as a coach. Thank you.
Sean, on your side, there's a bigger discussions that have to go back to the regulation, and we re-look at the regulation in lieu of access on both ways, the coaches accessing and the consumers of coaching access. Your remark on that?
So I think this is where I go back to my previous statement, was that I think we've missed not a trick, but a point where we expose youngsters at lower levels and we create, to use our language in education, pathways for youngsters to access. We don't have those bodies, if you think about them. Most probably the only one is the mentorship movement of South Africa that started, and they focus at the lower levels. We need to do the same within that space. The other thing that we've done is we've been cognizant of this, and so together with the CEO, we've worked on this process where you can actually give of your time and gain CPD points in a process of mentoring and coaching those who don't have access. And I agree with you. I've had sessions where I've given sessions to people, serious, deep sessions for their business, and they sort of don't take it seriously. But when you charge them, they make it seriously. So even if it's a youngster, $5 gives value. It means I've got to have my skin in the game. So I think we've got a great opportunity in South Africa to actually develop that.
Yapi is receptive to that. He's amenable. He's committed himself to making sure that we take that discussion further while we regulate how do we facilitate access and we ensure that we can be able to open up these opportunities for all those that do not have access. We have 1 minute each of a closing remark, starting with yourself, Yapi, on this matter.
No, thank you. If you really look at, and I think that Sean touched on that progression pathways, where do you start? And the lady also said, how do you get people into the space here, that they understand the space and want to grow into a master coach, for example? And I think that that is important there. But also, I think that COMENSA is doing good work. We still need to go out that get people to know who is COMENSA, who are coaches, who are mentors, who are supervisors. Thanks.
Dr. Malachi?
Okay. Let's continue the discussions. Government, COMENSA, universities, let's see what can we do together. Because alone as COMENSA, you can only do this much. And as I said, as I was opening to say that in the public service, coaching is not that big. So there is, that opportunity to ensure that we can go into discussions and come out with something tangible that will benefit the people out there, ourselves as well, and the leaders in the public service. Thank you.
From the coach herself and a supervisor.
Yes,
Linda.
yes.
Yes, I'm saying Linda. Let me hear from you.
So you're speaking about public sector, government. I speak about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs. Each coach is an entrepreneur. Once you've decided to become a coach, all you want to do is coaching. That's my experience with every coach I've engaged with. You have to set up a business. You have to put pricing to it. You have to have a model of your business. You need to have an offer to market. You have to market. You need to network. And you want to coach. Access, scalability. Coach Vichy. Hello, coach. Partnership. Watch the space. Democratizing coaching, bringing it to remote and underserved markets that haven't even thought about it yet. That's the drive. And for us to do that is accessibility and affordability, but there's still a huge educational drive when it comes to educating the market around what coaching is and what it's not. So I look forward to a partnership, and I'd love to represent the entrepreneurial side of that. Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure to be here.
Sean?
Finally, Mr. President, I think we as a professional body at year 20 sit at a very interesting point where we can take COMENSA into different areas, into Africa, keeping the standard that we have through SACWA, self-regulating through partnerships and guiding from the lowest level, Jeremy Clampett's model, all the way to the top, and making sure that professionalization remains the key thing that drives coaching and mentoring and supervision in South Africa and across our continent.
Thank you so much. Clearly, there's a lot bigger discussions. There's AI in place. Yesterday, we had AI simplifying and bringing that access. If we can't do it as human or humans, AI is there coming in, but would rather have AI supporting the human as opposed to replacing the human. I thank you.
So a big round of applause to, don't leave just yet. We have some goodies for you. Farah is going to just express some gratitude to all of our panelists, and then we'll have a photo opportunity. So don't get off the stage. So our next conversation is going to be from the DG, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi, who's the Director General of Higher Education and Training. So the DG is just finalizing and then will be joining us in a minute. Topic is professionalization of the public sector and role of coaching and mentoring. If I reflect on what I was hearing yesterday, so our skills as coaches and mentors are portable. They're not only reserved for one sector, but they go across different spaces. And so the question is, if we are that catalyst, if we are the soil that's going to enable that seed to germinate and grow into something, if we are the ones that activate the thinking to shift from, oh, this is a great idea, but actually having someone who accompanies you to think further about that idea, I think it's important for us to start thinking a little bit more broadly. Who else do I need to be partnering with? What is the work that is being asked of me as I prepare my coaching career? So I see the DG is ready to come on up. With a big round of applause, we welcome our Director General of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nkosinathi Sishi. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, our program director. I thoroughly enjoyed the panel discussion, and I feel very sorry that I wasn't here yesterday to benefit from the conversations that clearly have inspired a number of people who attended. I take this opportunity to recognize the leadership of COMENSA, the president, and all executive supporting the leadership of this fantastic organization, distinguished panelists and facilitators, colleagues from government, Pindile Mkwanazi, my FOSAT colleague and principal of the National School of Government, and your fantastic team. Already I've had a chance to hear views that are really important to us in the system. Distinguished panelists, colleagues from government, academia, and industry, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, it's both a privilege and a responsibility to join you at this inaugural COMENSA Africa conference, which marks an important milestone in positioning coaching, mentoring, and supervision as critical pillars of the professional development across the African continent. We commend COMENSA for convening this landmark platform, which not only elevates the profession locally, but it also advances borderless, inclusive, and globally recognized ecosystem for coaching and mentoring. We are meeting at a time of profound transformation across South Africa and globally. We are witnessing rapid technological change, shifting labor market dynamics, the transition towards greener and more sustainable economies, and increasing complexity in public sector governance and service delivery. In this context, the question before us is not whether coaching and mentoring are important, but whether we are institutionalizing them as core capabilities within the state and broader society. Professionalization is therefore not a luxury, it is a strategic necessity. The public sector remains a primary instrument through which development is delivered. However, we must be honest that complexity of governance is increasing. The demands on leadership are intensifying, and the need for ethical, capable, and adaptive leadership has never been greater. This is where coaching and mentoring become critical. They enable leadership development beyond technical competence, supporting ethical decision-making and accountability, strengthening continuous learning within institutions. And these reinforce succession planning and institutional memory. If we are serious about building a capable state, then we must equally seriously look into embedding structured coaching and mentoring systems within the public service. From a government of higher education and training perspective, this conversation is central to our mandate. We are responsible for building a responsive post-school education and training system, aligning skills development with the labor market needs and supporting lifelong learning and professional development. Coaching and mentoring sit right at the intersection of all three areas that I wish to mention. They are, firstly, a mechanism for workplace-based learning, a tool for skills transfer, and a capability building, which is a pathway for bringing education and labor market. As we advance the just energy transition skills agenda, we are learning that technical skills alone are not sufficient. We also require leadership capability. We need systems thinking and adaptability and ethical grounding. These are precisely the domains where coaching and mentoring play a transformative role. It's also important to locate this discussion within the broader national policy context. Just yesterday, we were launching the reconceptualized HRD strategy for the country. For the first time since 2001, when we launched the first HRD strategy for South Africa, this time around, we have also equally prioritized the implementation strategy for it, which we call the Master Skills Plan, or One Country, One Strategy. The reconceptualized human resource development strategy of South Africa and its plan, and as it was launched yesterday by the Deputy President, means that we need to provide a coherent national vision for skills development and human capital formation with an overarching goal of achieving one single plan for all in government. It is anchored around four central goals. Firstly, improving early learning and schooling outcomes. Secondly, improving the employability of youth who are not employed, who are not in education and training, improving the responsiveness of the PSAT system to skills demand, and lastly, improving governance, leadership, and management in the public sector. It is within this fourth goal in particular that coaching, mentoring assume critical importance. The professionalization of the public sector cannot be achieved through technical training alone. It requires deliberate investment in leadership development, reflective practice, and structured support systems such as coaching and mentoring. Within the emerging skills ecosystem, particularly in sectors such as renewable energy, green hydrogen, and new energy vehicles, we are seeing new occupations emerging, existing roles being redefined, and workers needing to continuously reskill and upskill. This requires a shift from a once-off training to continuous development. And from this instruction to guided learning and reflection, coaching and mentoring therefore becomes an enabler for a just transition, for tools for worker support and inclusion, and mechanisms for navigating uncertainty and change. Program Director, the theme of this session rightly emphasizes evidence-based research and development. As government, we place strong emphasis on labor market intelligence. We emphasize skills focusing and evidence-based planning. Similarly, the coaching and mentoring profession must build a strong research base. It needs to demonstrate measurable impact and contribute to a recognized body of knowledge. We therefore welcome COMENSA's commitment to advancing a research body of knowledge emerging from the South African institutions, which strengthens both credibility and global competitiveness. If we are truly professionalizing coaching and mentoring in the public sector, several priorities emerge. We must ensure standardization and quality assurance through clear competencies and alignment with the national qualifications frameworks. We must integrate coaching into public sector systems, embedding it within the leadership development programs and institutional practices. We need to invest in capacity building through the training of coaches and mentors and partnerships with higher education institutions. We must strengthen ethical governance through robust codes of conduct and professional oversight. And importantly, we need to prioritize research and continuous improvement, ensuring that we monitor impact, learn from practice, and scale what works. In that regard, we are able to achieve bigger and better impact. And what's particularly exciting about this conference is its continental ambition. Africa, our continent, presents a youthful population, a dynamic and evolving labor market, and a unique development challenge and opportunity. By positioning COMENSA as a continental professional body, we are creating a platform for knowledge exchange across borders. We are strengthening the African contributions to global discourse, and we are also building a profession that is contextually relevant, yet globally competitive. If we reflect on the theme of the conference, from seed to significance, we are reminded that seeds must be nurtured, systems must support growth, and intentional investment is required to realize impact. Coaching and mentoring are such seeds, but for them to reach significance, we must institutionalize them, we need to professionalize them, and align them with national and continental developmental priorities. Our department stands ready to collaborate with COMENSA. Our department is responsible for all our public universities. It's responsible for all TVET colleges, all community colleges, as well as our 21 seaters that are responsible and are in the forefront of implementation of education in our country. We support the strengthening of the profession and ensure alignment with broader skills developmental priorities, and together we can build a capable public sector, a responsive skills ecosystem, and a more inclusive and just society. Thank you for the opportunity.
So I was at a meeting in Geneva with the ILO, and one of the things they shared is how South Africa is leading with just transition. They're saying South Africa was quick with adopting. South Africa included social justice. South Africa is leading. So it excites me to hear just the kind of thinking that's already in place. So my question for you, before we open it up to our audience, what is one action that we can do as a coaching fraternity to jump onto that agenda and bring it to life?
I think we need to recognize that South Africa is a young democracy. We've got a lot to learn from those ahead of us. You know, one of our challenges, since the advent of our democracy has been that for every problem we think we need to reinvent, we need to develop policies for it. But I can assure you that our system of education, formal, informal, or non-formal, is embedded on values that are universal. And therefore, the experiences of our mentors and of our coaches are actually relevant to solution of the problems of the world. And therefore, I think first and foremost, we need to believe in our own capacity to develop further. But as government, our responsibility is to support that growth, is to nurture that growth. I have made reference to the launch of the HRD strategy yesterday, and I've indicated that it is the 6th effort since 2001. What lessons have we learned since the first effort up to now is that there are multiple policies in government especially, and this stretches resources to a point that it undermines impact, and it also undermines efficiency in managing resources. So it is going to be important for us to identify common areas, amongst and across the public and private sector, and reprioritize so that whatever resources we have at our disposal, we are able to redirect them for better impact and for scaling up, to reach out to many more out there, especially those who cannot afford, the cost of, coaching and mentoring. I feel that I would like to emphasize access, but not just physical access, but also access to quality. And access to quality also means lifelong learning and development. And we stand ready as a department to support that effort as you move on with your fantastic area of responsibility.
Thank you very much, DG. Colleagues, this is a clear clarion call. Any questions or comments for the DG while we still have him?
I'm still Khotsotahu. A disclaimer is that I am an adolescent pensioner coming from the public service. So I think firstly, let us appreciate the policy framework that the DG has just given us today. The intention to mainstream coaching and embed it in the public service is very welcome. What, however, we are experiencing currently is a pushback, particularly from the institutions of learning, suggesting that coaching may dilute whatever they are churning out to the students in their education system. So perhaps therein lies an opportunity for intervention from the department to see how best these institutions of higher learning, from TVET and so on, are able to acknowledge the fact that coaching is here, and maybe the institutions may not benefit, but the learners, the students will benefit largely from the coaching as they transit to handle their transition from being students into either the workplace and or entrepreneurship level. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to make an example. You see, if you were to ask me, in education, what makes you not to sleep? I can tell you from my own experience as a former head of department of one of the provinces besides my current role, is that we have really developed fantastic frameworks. Policies that we have developed in education, particularly curriculum policy. Look at what we have done. We have completely eradicated the inherited frameworks that were discredited across the world. Racial content, marginalization of gender. There's so much that we have done to cleanse and clean curriculum frameworks, be it in the TVET sector, Report 190, 191. Right now, we've removed completely N1 to N3 in terms of that framework, and we are reintroducing occupational programs that we are running right now. But what besides this is the big issue for me is teacher development. We have literally not succeeded in ensuring that we've got in place a teacher development initiative that works. This is not because there's no effort to try and do so, but it is because there are other developments and dynamics in the environment, such as the unionization of the teaching profession, that have made it very difficult to crack it into the classroom, mentor educators without having to go past all the barriers that are there in the system. They've got value, but unintended consequences of such have actually blocked access to these educators, and as such it has undermined professional development. So mentoring becomes a strategic angle on which we could be able to zoom in those environments, particularly teachers in rural areas. Every day, if you were to observe in basic education, teachers from urban areas commute to schools in rural areas and back. This alone undermines their standing within communities in which they teach, because they are almost like foreigners, who come just to deliver content and go back to their life in the urban areas. And so the connection between parents, the community, and the rest of the system of education in those areas, particularly townships and rural areas, has been undermined by this. So to reconnect the profession and embed it to these communities, we need to increase and improve professionalization. And whether there are difficulties or not, if we truly believe in what we do, we will continue to persist. We'll collaborate with our partners until we are able to crack the space and access those who need us the most.
Thank you for that comment, DG. And to just echo what you're saying, I think the opportunity that rests for us as a community is if we're an organized body, like through COMENSA, it makes your job easy as the government, because the regulation has happened, we are standardized, there's a panel with the supervision. All of that is happening in one place. So do you see how the ecosystem can actually work, and we can leverage the work of supporting the national priorities of the government? Because the silos don't work anymore. What I'm finding in different spaces that I work, we have to collaborate. We have to find those points of potential. Imagine acupuncture points. We don't put the needle everywhere because it overwhelms the system. We have to find those points of potential. And so what you're talking about, these strategies that are already there, what's our point of potential as COMENSA to go in there, support, and not compete, because we're offering a complementary contribution to making our teachers more active. Other comments or questions?
DG, thanks for the time, and it is indeed highly appreciated on the schedule that you outlined to me. There's a lot of call to action on your speech, and honestly and truly, I would like you to share that with us as COMENSA, because we would like to take you on it, but in a positive way. You have been positive, you've encouraged us, you have literally say, I'm here. Okay. Yesterday I was talking to Professor Nikita Blanche, she's somewhere here. We were talking about how do we make sure that we build on creating a profound body of knowledge based on research. And we are on a roadshows at this point in time as COMENSA. We started at the University of Stellenbosch. We are in UJ. We are resuscitating those engagements. But that research-based evidence you have talked about that informs our profession, that informs government how to work on this national qualifications framework in a credible manner. It is there embedded in your speech, sir, and I would definitely like to have the copy of the speech and we take these initiatives forward. National School of Government is here and we are supporting government and we want to take those forward. I thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to take one more question, or maybe we might squeeze in two. Yes, over to you.
Thank you very much. DG, thank you for coming through. This professionalization of the public service sector and role of coaching and mentoring, for me, it's personal. I'm not sure if whether we could also be looking at it not only from the higher education perspective, but also from a basic education. Here I'm talking about primary schools. And I'm saying this because of what I've observed. I'm part of the school governance in primary schools, and you start seeing gaps in what I call institutional memories. Because when these older educators leave the system, you know, the professional ethos that needs to be left behind, it's lost. So I'm not sure if whether this could be something that you also tap into, but like program director has alluded, that now COMENSA as a professional body then comes in as a container in mentoring and ensuring that, you know, you have effective. Yes, the reality is that the Department of Education is very, very unionized. But be that as it may, we still also require that ethos that are still maintained, that the professionalism is still maintained. So from this professionalization of the public sector of coaching and mentoring, do you see it as something that is feasible, viable, and practical? And maybe we could also benchmark it on that level to say, what are the gaps that we are seeing in terms of now retention in the space? Your thought, please.
Thank you very much. Interestingly, at the launch yesterday, the conversation just got redirected towards AI and foundational learning. And you are asking a question about how do we ensure that there is seamlessness in how we intervene from foundational learning right up to post-school education and training. And that is a valid point. But we've also learned that policy and practice needs to be negotiated such that not only do we write these into policies, but we also care about implementation. Now, one of the main issues that we are confronted with is that basic education in terms of our constitution is compulsory. But when it comes to post-school education and training, our constitution says it shall be made incrementally available as the state develops the capacity to do so. Right at the beginning, at the preamble of our constitution, the preamble of our constitution speaks about freeing the potential of each person. So it's not really about us making a choice. it is a mandate that can and is already embedded in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And we need to find ways to deal with this. We've just introduced early childhood care and education in the foundations of learning, which was a missing area in basic education. Now we've done so. But what does that mean without us having actually trained those teachers, such that they are ready to take up that responsibility? That's when, a collaboration is actually required for us to be able to tackle that environment and ensure that we are able to, if you want to fix education in anywhere in the world, you start with the foundational learning. You start with primary education, and before you even think about your higher levels. This is what we've decided we want to do, but we have the capacity to do it. I think I'll leave the answer to that question to your own analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. I am all smiles because, as Amatuke would say, we are the ones we've been waiting for. We have all the tools. It's written in the Constitution. We need to implement. The work is here waiting for us to do what is required. Dr. Sishi, it's been an absolute delight having you as part of this conversation, deepening our own thinking around where we take coaching forward. It's no longer negotiable, but a must-have within the spaces of South Africa and beyond Africa. So thank you so much for your time, and we would love to give you a small gift in appreciation for honoring us today. And we must, you'll declare it. I think we need to stand in the middle for a picture. Thank you so much, DG. We appreciate your time. So colleagues, as we prepare for the next conversation that will be facilitated by Prof. Terreblanche, in your notebooks, we've been given a lot of notebooks. Just jot down for yourself, what are the seeds that I am seeing for myself in my work and in the spaces that I am intervening? What are the seeds that I am seeing for myself and in the spaces that I am intervening? So with everything you've heard this morning, where are those seeds? Where are you seeing them? So as those cracks of light keep popping up throughout the day, just jot them down so you don't lose them. So coming up in session 3, we have a panel discussion, which will be facilitated by Prof. Nikki Terreblanche, which is evidence-based research and development in coaching, mentoring, and supervision. So Prof, over to you and your panel to give us a little bit more insights around evidence-based research. Over to you. And a big round of applause for this panel.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the panel. We'll introduce you just now. Of course, this topic of research is very close to my heart. It's something that I'm dedicating my professional career to. And I was it was music to my ears when the DG, Dr. Sishi, mentioned research and the importance of research also for the professionalization. So thank you for that acknowledgement as well. So research in coaching, mentoring, and supervision. What is it? Why is it important? And let me start by first asking my panel to briefly introduce themselves and also to tell us what is their relationship with research and what is their interest in research. So Professor Mogata Maji, can we start with you?
Good morning, everyone. I'm an associate professor at the University of Limpopo. Of course, I'm an academic, so we do research. Some of it will be in coaching and mentoring. I'm a registered industrial psychologist with HPCSA and also supervising students, master's, doctoral students at both UNISA and UL. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Professor. So Dr. Patrick Ebewo, you're next.
Patrick Ebewo, I'm the head of academics and research at the Tshwane School for Business and Society, and also the director for the Center for Entrepreneurship for Tshwane University of Technology. I head up the research element for the business school. We have postgraduate students, so also supervise both master's and doctoral level students, but actively conducting research and amongst others, focusing on entrepreneurial coaching and mentorship.
Great, thank you. And then representing COMENSA, no introduction, but Joyce Baloy, if you can just introduce yourself and tell us your link to research.
Thank you so much, Prof, and thank you, colleagues. Yeah, I'm Joyce Baloy. I'm a chair of the COMENSA Research Committee, and I'm also a university lecturer, and I'm also involved in another organization in terms of research. So research is my passion, and I'm supervising master students and soon to be supervising doctoral students.
Excellent. So just like when I spoke about artificial intelligence yesterday, I think it's important that we get on the same page because we hear the word research used a lot. But what is research? What does it mean when we talk about research? And if you haven't done research or you haven't gone through the painful process of trying to publish an academic paper, maybe we can enlighten you on that. So maybe Joyce, let's start with you. How would you explain to an audience who haven't done research before, what is this thing called research?
I think it's important to be able to understand that research is a deliberate and contextual way of saying, I'm going to look for information, and that information needs to be scientific. In terms of research, for example, you have to have a question in mind first. There should be something that you want to find out. And when you find out whatever it is that you are intrigued about, for example, if you want to be a coach, and then you come and you're saying, I'm going to join COMENSA. And when you join COMENSA, they tell you, no, there's credentialing. If you don't have a clue what is credentialing, if you don't know what research is, then you'll be wondering and be like, maybe I don't qualify. But if you can have someone and ask, what is credentialing? What does that mean? Do I need a qualification in this? Because let's face it, as individuals, there are things that we know and things that we don't know. So if you want to be sure where you want to be credentialed and how you need to be credentialed, you'll go and do your own research and find out what is written about credentialing, not just only at COMENSA, but you can look at other coaching fields and they will tell you what credentialing field is, and they will be giving you the specifics of what is required. And then you'll check. So you'll do it either for yourself or for other people. So research is a systematic way of looking at things that you want to understand in an effort of getting to know this better and ultimately make a contribution and informed decision. So that's where I want to stop right now. Thank you.
So that's your definition of research. So Patrick, maybe to you, maybe explain to the audience the process of going from an idea of what you want to research, but ultimately to publish it in a peer-reviewed academic journal. What does that process look like?
I think we will simplify it. The key issue here is what problem are you trying to resolve? And based on the problem that you're trying to resolve, how do you intend to communicate that to the rest of the world? I think that's where publication comes in. And I don't want to scare you. It's a longer process than you might think. But the key here is, based on the problem that you've identified, what is the theoretical underpinning out there that could help you explain what you're trying to resolve? And the key other issue then becomes, what method are you going to use to resolve it? And depending on what the outcome and the outputs are, you can then decide which of the potential publication houses can you use. And there's all this debate on which publication units can you use in terms of journal outputs. And please don't waste your time in publishing in things that will not be of value. So the key issue then becomes the likes of Scopus. You can have a look at it and see, based on your data, which of those journals relate. Most of the journals will even give you guidelines on what their expectation will be. And you follow those guidelines. But the key then becomes, what data did you actually create to provide that informed decision? And subject to some of those data set, some of the publication houses can say yes or no. The other issue then becomes the issue of ethics. And you hear us talking about ethics. Some of us just want to just write, and the question then becomes from whose viewpoint. That will be good enough for a magazine or a newspaper, but for an academic publication, there's a requirement of the type of data you're collecting, what was the ethical process did you take? And I think that is where you have organizations trying to then be able to provide you with those ethical clearance for you to follow through. Again, in terms of South Africa, beyond that ethics, there's an issue of the POPI Act, and that then comes in how you deal with the data set that you've collected, because those editors will actually request for some of those data sets as evidence. The other pathway could be, instead of you going through collecting your own primary data, there's enough data out there that you can actually use to do a systematic literature review as well. So basically, it's a question of how do you conform to the process of science for you to be able to publish that particular information. And if we were to replicate your own research, are we able to follow the same process?
So I hope we're not losing the audience here in terms of what research is and what is not. But I think you're starting to realize, thank you for that explanation. It's quite an elaborate process. We follow a scientific process. And maybe to you, Mokata, what is the difference? Because Joyce mentioned something which I would classify as practitioner research. You go out, you collect information. And then Patrick spoke about the more formal process where you want to publish this in a scientific peer-reviewed journal. And maybe just your take on that. What is the essential difference between a coach going out there, reading up, doing a bit of research, versus an academic asking the same question and going all the way through to it being published?
Thank you, Nikki. From your perspective, colleagues, as coaches and mentors, when you do the interviews or the personal sessions with your clients, that is what you call data collection. You are collecting what we call qualitative data, the interviews. So for you to be able to publish that, before you do that interview or that session with that client of yours, have them sign what you call an informed consent. Ask them to give you permission to use that information for research purposes. If you do that, you can maybe from there, if you are clueless about the whole process, you can partner with an academic, and then you can publish that. That will be publishable, that will be scientific, because you did the first important ethical step by asking for their informed consent. So in terms of the process, Nikki, my colleague said, we don't want to scare you, but it is a long process. We're not talking publishing in a magazine or in a newspaper. We are talking peer-reviewed journals. We talk about something called a D-head list. That journal, for our purposes, for our incentive purposes, it should be on the D-head list, meaning that journal has been approved that it publish quality content. I'm not sure if I answered the question.
Yes, so I think as you're starting to realize, there are very formal processes and steps that we can follow. So doing practitioner research is one thing, but if you have, for example, 5 coaching clients and they all tell you that your question technique is really amazing, you've done a bit of research, can we call that scientific evidence? No, why not, Joyce?
When you are coaching people, you're not doing research, you are doing coaching. So when you start saying, I'm done with this, I've seen 5 or 6 clients, and they have almost a similar problem or something that I'm interested in, so you now need to formalize it. You need to be able to say, I'm going to conduct research. When you're going to conduct research, you must also specify what is it that you want to be doing, the aim, and you must also have COMENSA has a R&D committee, so you need to be applying and telling us as the R&D committee that I'm going to be interested in doing research, and then you get an informed consent, the information that the people that you are going to be coaching should be able to see and read that this is an official one, because we've got this confidentiality and all those kind of things that are supposed to be there. People need to know that you can't just come in and record them. when you are going to be doing that, like Dr. Machi is saying, you are going to be interviewing people. So for you to be saying, I have actually interviewed Joyce Baloyi, what you need to provide is evidence that that happened. And for you to get that evidence, you need to have a recording of what needs to be done. So when you are applying to the R&D committee, for example, you need to give us what your research topic is, what your method you are going to use, how many participants are you going to be looking at, and also you need to indicate if there is a conflict of interest. You know, sometimes when you go and do research and you already have your answers, you're just going to be looking for what you want, you reinforce it. So as a researcher, you need to be neutral. And when you have done that, you have the consent of the client. You have to give us a sample of the questions that you need to be going to be using, because you need to be consistent. You need to compare apples with apples. You can't just say, no, I'm going to be interviewing, and you don't give us a sample, and you go and interview for the first one you ask this question, the second one you ask that, the third one is not standardized. You need to standardize your question. You need to have approval for that. But it doesn't mean that you cannot change. For example, you are interviewing me, and in my response, there's something specific that you want to clarify. You can do a follow-up, but you stick to the consistency. I think that's where I need to start.
So again, and I'll move on from the process just now, but I think it's important that we understand the research process. And I want to ask, we mentioned the word peer review. So if you're an academic, if you publish peer-reviewed research, what does the peer review mean? And Patrick, maybe you can just explain to us maybe some of your experience of trying to get something published through peer review. What does it mean?
So in terms of peer-reviewed, what we will call coaching supervision, we want colleagues in the same research area to give us feedback. So once your article is drafted and you're submitting to be considered for publication, what we normally do is we send it to 3 or 4 different other possible authors to give feedback, and that's where the peer review process kicks in. And from experience and even being an editor, you'll find that you end up with sometimes 4 different opinions.
Yeah.
And that you need to address all 4 different opinions, and sometimes conflicting opinions. But as a publisher and a researcher, it's your duty to find compromising middle ground to provide. But from experience, taking in some of those peer reviews, one, improves the quality of the paper. 2, actually is educational process where you learn, oh, by the way, in the next singular paper, this is what I should be looking for. So the peer review, it's not a punishment process. It is to improve the quality of the publishable work that you should be going through. So it's a scientific process for us to provide feedback, and most of those feedback is to improve what you've submitted.
And just to note that this can take, one of the papers that I got published eventually took 2 years to get published. From the idea that you have to collecting the data, submitting it to a journal, going through peer review. So as we said, we're not trying to scare you, but when we say let's do research, it's not as simple as, well, the one type of research, the academic research, not as simple as just having an idea, interviewing people and saying, I have evidence. There's a scientific process that we have to follow. But then how does that now help practitioners? So in your experience, Mogata, so now we have journal articles, we have people, academics that have gone through the process. How does it become useful to coaches and mentors and supervisors in the field?
Yes. I think just like Joyce just mentioned now, it's very important that if you spoke to 5 clients and then you used a certain technique and it worked, publish it so that other practitioners will be able to use that same technique that you used. So the only way to do it is by publishing it the way we are discussing right now. So in doing that, you'll be sharing knowledge, and knowledge that is scientific and ethical and proven and evidence-based, as we are here now. And then Maybe that will also assist in making your profession maybe a bit popular, because it will be out there in the mainstream journals. People will read about it, they will understand what is coaching, what is mentoring, what you guys do, and then how does it have an impact, or what kind of impact does it make. And yes, very important is that if you do write about what you published and it worked for you, you are giving your other colleagues evidence-based research that I did this, it worked. You can also do the same thing.
So why is research important? Why should we be doing research? The DG mentioned it. I'm passionate about research, but why bother with research? Joyce, how would you answer that question?
Without knowledge that is shared, with professionals, professionals don't grow. And when you are doing research, what we didn't indicate, like Prof. Machi has just said, if you have done the research, you've conducted it, and you can publish it. Part of you going to publish is you need to do literature review. Find out what is existing in terms of literature. Currently, what is there in terms of coaching? For example, yesterday, the president indicated Jack and Prof. Nick published a document from COMENSA, and that document it's peer-reviewed, which means there are references, there's a methodology that was used, there's literature review in terms of what was existing before, and there is recommendations from what was happening, what we can do to be able to improve on what is existing. And when you're doing your research, you also need to indicate the limitations. What is it that you could have done better? For example, let's say you are just an individual who's doing research out of your own funds. The funding can be a challenge. Otherwise, for other people, it can be that you don't have a big sample. But if you are doing qualitative research, it's perfect if you are doing that and you standardize it so that if I have money and I want to do the same research, I can use your methodology and see what you have done using either the same type of people or from a different, maybe let's say the research that is published is from Gauteng and somebody else in Cape Town want to use the same. If they take your document, they should be able to read and go through the steps that you followed, use the ideas that you have used in terms of the questions, the questionnaire that you are going to use, so they can adapt it. But when they adapt, they shouldn't lose the meaning of what it means. And then they can replicate that. And then it is context specific. It is still research and it's still in coaching, but it is not in Gauteng. So the environment might be different from the people that you are researching. Thank you.
Thank you. And then maybe to make it practical, so why bother about research? So yesterday I mentioned the 3 chatbots that we build. Which type of coaching approach is most effective? Is it GROW? Is it solution focused? Is it CBT? And it's through research that we can answer the question. For human coaching, there's no difference what approach you use. We couldn't say that without research. Another question is, there's a lot about coach and client matching, right? Should you match people on gender, on race, on age? I mean, you might have opinions about that, but the current research shows us that it makes no difference. It makes no difference, and this is only by following the research process that Joyce has described now. So research can be very practical for you as practitioners when people go through the scientific process to answer those questions. And so Patrick, if you look at the coaching, mentoring, and supervision landscape, what do you think are gaps at the moment? I mentioned 2 practical examples now, but from what you are seeing, where do you think there are gaps still in our knowledge base that we should focus research on?
I would take that in 2 parts. One is the issue of practice to theory as practitioners. So I'll use the case study of the dinner lady in educational coaching as an example. They've run massive programs and they've collected enough data set. But how do you improve the program without evidence? And they underwent a full research process. And one of the things that came out of there is an improvement in the tool that they were using. So that's one. As practitioners, how are you improving the toolkit that you are currently using? Are we still using what we had in 1980 in 2026? And for that improvement process to take place, that's where you undergo a scientific process to say, but what should I still leave in? What should I leave out? What should I then include in my program? The other one, I will bring it back home a little bit. As recent as 2023, we didn't have a clear definition on what is coaching supervision. We didn't, until COMENSA then commissioned a research for us to say, but we're talking about coaching supervision, but what is coaching supervision in the perspective of South Africa and Africa? Shockingly, there was no definition for South Africa and Africa. And to come up with that definition that could be adopted by COMENSA, we had to go through an entire scientific process to collect evidence to say, but how should we define this? Everyone has their own opinion. The last is the latest project that we've just gotten into in terms of mapping the mentoring space. We are doing very well as a country in terms of practice on mentoring. But in the last 25 years, you'll find that there are about 600 publishable work that we found. Guess how many came from South Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa from the 600? Less than 30.
Wow.
Less than 30. How old is COMENSA? How many members do we have? So the question then becomes, if we are not putting our work out there, other people will dictate to us. We're doing very well, but yet our practice have not turned into theory for other people to follow through. We borrow in theory. We still borrow in theory. Does that mean in South Africa and Africa we don't have our own theories? It's there in this room, by the way. It's there in this room, but you can't provide the case for it because there's no evidence to show. So I think for me, it's moving from practice to theory that we can then say, but I'm doing this, but can you come up with a name and call it your own theory than us borrowing the growth theory?
It's a very good point. And I love what you're saying, because what Patrick is saying as well here is it all starts with a question. The question is, what is supervision in Africa? You go out, and we can answer that question for ourselves, but that's not scientific. Then we go through the scientific process, we collect the data, we publish it, and through peer review, our colleagues, the experts in the field, then give a stamp of approval, and then we bring it back. So that's a very good practical example. I agree with you also about the global north. We just take from the global north what they have researched. Some of our students do research on Ubuntu coaching, for example, a wonderfully unexplored area that could be unique to us in Africa. So thank you for that one. So I want to ask now, Okgato, what do you, maybe on this topic that Patrick has touched on, why is it that research output in Africa, in coaching specifically and in other fields, why are we behind the curve in terms of the rest of the world? Why is it that there's 600 publications and only 30 odd is from our continent? It's a tough question, I know. I'm putting you on the spot.
Okay, I guess that's why we're here, Nikki. Trying to professionalize COMENSA, trying to get it regulated, trying to get it accredited. There was an issue of a benchmark. One thing about academics, we don't just jump into something we don't understand, which we don't agree with the NQF levels or the SAQA issues, the accreditation. So maybe we are not there yet. Until COMENSA is accredited, we can partner with some of you guys to publish what you collect from your clients. We can write books about coaching and mentoring. And then also, maybe the problem is the issue of the research process itself. It seems like there is a disconnect. I'm just going to take it a bit back in terms of someone said the academics are pushing back towards professionalizing. It's because maybe there's an issue of benchmark. If you have a diploma, you become a coach. Someone has an honors, he's a coach. Someone has a master's, he's a coach. That doesn't make sense to us. Why can't we all have masters and then we become coaches? Then, because some of us, we work hard to become what we are. But then you come with a diploma, you're a coach. I'm not trying to be contradictory, but...
You're on your own here, by the way.
Can we professionalize this, benchmark it nicely? You can look at HPCSA, how they're doing it. You don't just become a psychologist overnight. You need 6 years of hard work, including board exam. So if maybe this is all these three, professionalized, regulated, accredited, and it's nicely benchmarked, we will jump in. I can promise you that. The research will be out there. We'll write books, we'll collaborate with you, we'll write articles.
I love what you're saying, and I love that it's stirring a little bit as well, because I agree. You know, there are only 2 universities in South Africa, Stellenbosch and UJ, that I'm aware of, that currently offer master's degree. There's a handful of PhDs. If we want to professionalize coaching, we need to build a body of knowledge, as the DG has said. How do we build that body of knowledge? We need academics, we need researchers. And this, to me, is something that's lacking. Coaching is not even taken serious in the academic circles always. I find it's very, we only have 2 peer-reviewed journals that we can publish in. Otherwise, we have to go to adjacent fields. So we need the support of academia, of government, of bodies like COMENSA. And I want to move over to the practical side, because we have to build, and not all of us have to be academics. Please don't. We don't need all academics, but we need more academics in the field. So Joyce, I want to put you a bit on the spot now, since you represent COMENSA. So what can coaching bodies do now that we have an understanding of what research is, how time-consuming, how difficult it is, that we need certain skills? What can COMENSA do to help promote rigorous research that can build this body of knowledge?
I think the first thing that we need to do as COMENSA is to partner, which is why we are now having the sessions, as the president has indicated, stakeholder engagements. We need the university, especially, for example, yourself and also UJ and the GIPS. They've also highlighted, this award, it worked a lot because it highlighted that research exists, but it's not published in spaces where we can access it. So we need collaborations with universities, and with those universities, they need to be able to give us, for example, a link which we can put in our site as COMENSA when we have recent publications, so that we can be able to see what exists, because we can't go and just take your link. And we also need to have open access articles that relates to research, especially for coaching, mentoring, and supervision. But currently, I think the biggest problem is that the information is in different spaces, and also the structure in which the universities are doing. When a student is doing master's or doctorate and they want to do research and in coaching, they've got limited time after they get their ethical clearance. And they send a request in a week or 2 where it is due. And for us as COMENSA, we can't just say approved. We need a timeline. So most of the time, they don't get services from us because the time they're giving is not enough. We need to have systems in place where universities know that if a student has applied for ethical clearance, they're going to need to do research within 3 months. Maybe they give us the head sites, that be on the lookout. 3 or 4 people will be coming in looking for this, because we also have limited resources. And most of the time they want to do research with our COMENSA members. And we don't have, I think it was Doc who said, we have the POPI Act. We can't just give the students the members' contact details. We need, and we can't have members every single 2 days receiving requests to complete a survey or questionnaire. It becomes very tedious, and it looks like we are not helping the students. Yet we are doing the best on our side. By the time we come back to the student, no, thank you, I've published already.
So what I'm hearing you saying, 2 practical things which I like. So COMENSA could make on your website, maybe it is already there, links available to published research.
Yes.
So that practitioners can go in and they can find relevant articles, click on it and read. So I don't know if it's already there.
No, we don't have it. For example, we do have things that are open access.
Yeah.
But you have later students who graduated last year. those who got distinctions. Our president is very high on saying we need to celebrate. So if a student has done coaching and got a distinction at master's level, we need to highlight and share and celebrate that. This is the study.
Okay, so I'm hearing you committing to creating a web page on COMENSA website to make research available to the public. And the second thing, which is really useful, is you can go to COMENSA as a researcher, our students, and you can ask COMENSA to help you to find participants, right? If you want to interview people or do surveys. So those are the two things that I'm hearing. But so Patrick, from your side, let's say you want to do a major research project in coaching tomorrow. What would you like for COMENSA and other coaching bodies? Do you think there's a role that they can play, an industry? How do you think the academic community can join hands with bodies like COMENSA and industry to do research?
I think we're already working with one of the bodies to look at coaching, mapping the space in Sub-Saharan Africa. So such opportunities are there. And the key one I will pick up is that knowledge hub. That the university can then have a relationship with the coaching body. Yes, she's definitely correct, but I think we can then streamline that in terms of how the ethical process is done within COMENSA. So there's room for partnership between us in the academia, be it us running such projects or our students with professional bodies like COMENSA. The other one I wanted to add is, like Prof. Please don't be afraid to say, oh, we're now going to get into research. It also becomes a question of partnership. You also being available, we can write case studies about your practice. You don't need to do that. Us from the academia can come through to say, let's write a case study. Where's the impact and evaluation analysis of COMENSA for the last 20 years? COMENSA doesn't have to do that, but we can come together as academics and bring up a project, and then we come up with case studies that you actually have your name on.
So it's about joining hands. If you have a burning question, you could approach an academic and we can join hands and do research. And then maybe, and I want to open up to the audience as well, just to see if anyone's interested in research. But maybe a last question to you, Prof. Machi. So if COMENSA were to give you a lot of money now to go and do a research study. I'm hinting, by the way, that COMENSA will provide money for research. What kind of study would you design right now for coaching?
For our colleagues, I think I would organize what we call a writing retreat. Just give them the whole research writing process, writing for publication. I think that's where we'll start.
Okay, so teaching people how to write. Is this 5 minutes at the end of? So do we have some time for some questions, perhaps?
Thank you very much, and I think you people are amazing. I'm not a researcher, I'm a user of research, which I really value. I was chairman of the committee when we commissioned, the supervision committee when we commissioned that definition job, and it was really helpful for us. But I'm going to just pivot a little bit, because we heard a talk just before by the DG of higher education, Kosinati, and he spoke about the need to build capacity in teachers. And Patrick, we are in partnership through Dina Lady, where we did a study of educators in a coaching project. And by the way, that team was all COMENSA members. So I wonder, Patrick, what you could say to Kosinati, because let's link the theory and the practice to find a solution. So what would you say to our guest this morning?
I think from my side, the solutions are there on the ground. The toolkits are there. It becomes a question of the implementation of those toolkits. And the core practices here is you'll be of interest in terms of the challenges that you will have on the ground to meet those teachers. And I think if those barriers can be lifted, there's opportunities. There are already organizations that are doing great work like Dina Lady already on the ground, and there's research to prove some of the toolkits that are available. The question now is also going back to the minister to take him up on the offer. The DG, to take him up on the offer to say, we are ready. Here is our solution. Here is the toolkit. We are ready to support those educators on the ground.
Great, thank you. Time for another question, maybe?
I just wanted to put just a comment about the writing process. Is for people who got all excited with that is you don't get paid for it, and often you have to pay quite a lot of money to the journal. For anyone who hasn't done that before, it might be anything from 8,000 Rand to 60,000 Rand for the privilege of publishing in a journal. And just one question to COMENSA. Is COMENSA able to provide ethical clearance at a number that's acceptable to DHET? Thank you.
Joyce, I don't think COMENSA is able to provide ethical clearance at this stage?
No, not at this stage.
So you're moving towards that, yes. Because it's a very good, it's obviously you cannot do research until you have ethical clearance, and only universities at this stage and private institutions. So maybe that's something for COMENSA to look at. Very good point.
So just to add to Moira's points, can we just continue this discussion, please? The point we want to make, you asked about courses, and we can offer COMENSA's members a writing retreat on how to write academically and scientifically. More importantly, research is not just come in, I like this idea, and I think that so-and-so or a particular event is happening, therefore I'm going to do the research. And my credentials, so that you understand what I'm talking about, is I've been a researcher for 40 years. I'm on a couple of journals on the editorial board. I know what I'm talking about here. You don't just say, oh, I think this is the case, therefore I'm going to prove it. The question is, what is the purpose? What is the research? Why are you doing this? And more importantly, to look up the literature. And the comment about 30 publications, we've already published 10 in mentoring and coaching. I ran a program at the Wits Medical School for the last 30 years on mentoring and coaching. The coaching went to the supervisors, the mentoring was for students, and that was considered no longer research, but as part of a service. And COMENSA can play a great role in adding to the universities in the country. And it's not only UJ, it's UP, Stellenbosch, right, and every other university, including the universities of technology, which are getting involved in mentoring and coaching. For example, the Department of Science and Innovation have already instituted the Future Professors Program, the NGAP program, and the AAMP program. All of them, the Future Professors, is taking people with PhDs and growing them by providing them with mentorship, academic support, coaching in particular. So it's there, and I think we can play a big role.
Fantastic. So I think there's a link for COMENSA to have the conversation. Thank you. I think we're out of time.
Yes, so there's so much that still needs to be spoken about, and I wish we had more time to actually have thinking circles where we could expand these ideas a little bit more. So do you want to just a minute to wrap up the conversation, and then we invite Farah to come and thank your panel?
Yes, and I want the panel just one minute or 30 seconds last thought about the conversation today, research and coaching. Can we start with you, please, Magata?
One final word. Research is not difficult. It's scientific. So it's a logical flow, but it's not very difficult. And you already have the information, so you can just go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think for me, it's about how do you utilize research to improve your practice, be it you being the user or contributing, and by allowing us to come in to produce case studies of your practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce?
Thank you so much. From my side, we must know that we've got coaching, mentoring, and supervision. So the three of them. The trend now at universities and everywhere else is that we're using interdisciplinary research. Just because you are a supervisor or you are a mentor or you are a coach, it doesn't have to stop you to do research. So if we find that you see that your research needs other people's input, we can have those interdisciplinary research. And the one thing that I'm appealing to you guys is you had the significance of research, we do receive requests from students, but most of the time it's short notice. So we need your consent. If we send surveys, don't go and say, hey, research they've started, they want our information. It's because we've got different people and we want to have a pool of researchers. And student members from our side, please make sure that when you publish something, let us know. And I want to appreciate the president and all the coaches from COMENSA because they do publish books and they do have sessions with the president. So let's also, if you have something that you publish that you feel that is important, share with the research committee so that we can share it on our platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel and for the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel. I think the theme around access prevails. We need to create access to this information and we've got to innovate. So what are the ways in which we gather the information? So Farah, over to you to thank our panel. And if you can just gather in the middle and on brand, make sure the 20 comments at 20 shows. Thank you. Smiles. Thank you very much. We are now speedily back on track. Our next speaker is Tola Akindolani, SAQA's Learning Pathways, NQF and Recognition for Prior Learning. And the topic that we are going to be hearing from Tola is SAQA's strategy, access and mobility on the African continent, the future of mechanisms and instruments. Remember, we're saying COMENSA is uniquely positioned. So post factor, after we've gotten over feeling special, what is the work? What are we actually gonna do? So Tola, you are welcome to come and speak to us. A big round of applause so we get a better understanding of how we actually do the work that we're being called to as COMENSA at this important time. So over to you, Tola.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I think Madam Director got a few things mixed up. This morning I'll be speaking on recognition and mobility in coaching and mentoring. But before I start, I just want to say what a wonderful, warm bunch you all are. I joined you all yesterday just to get a feel of the community. The first thing I've noticed is you are not a well-known community, at least to me. This is the first time I know that there is a proper coaching and mentoring gathering of professionals. And so that was the first thing that struck me yesterday. Everyone has been very friendly. Cheers to Koba. I said to her, I'm a bit nervous about my presentation, and she immediately swung into coach mode. Would you like to step outside? Let me help you. Yeah. So well done to all of you. Thank you very much for your warm welcome. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to engage with you today. I'd like to start by saying congratulations to COMENSA on your 20th year milestone and for hosting such an engaging and thought-provoking conference. I personally have been provoked from yesterday till today. I took a lot from yesterday's engagement, and I'm hoping that the rest of the day continue to yield such thought-provoking matters. I'm here representing the South African Qualifications Authority, fondly known as SAQA to all of you. And I bring greetings from the COO, Dr. Makapa Makafola, who unfortunately could not join us today. I'd like to spend the next few minutes just exploring a simple but I think an important idea, especially given the panel's discussion this morning around access. And that is, how do we move from recognizing coaching and mentoring as a profession to making it easy for people like yourselves, practitioners, to grow, progress, and move across systems, both in South Africa and the continent. I want to pause here and say, when we came up with this topic, it was South Africa and the continent. But having spent some time with you from yesterday, I think there's more work to be done in South Africa before we try and go and conquer the rest of the continent, but that's me. So one of the things I've learned today and yesterday is that this profession of coaching and mentoring is growing. More and more people are entering the space, and more organizations are getting invested, and the impact is becoming clearer. One of the words that has really been yesterday, the key word was ethics. Today's keyword seems to be access. But at the same time, we have the system around this profession and this entire system that is complex. There are different standards, different designations, different pathways, different ways of recognizing people's skills, different terminology, certification, access, recognition. And so this creates uncertainty, not just for practitioners, but for the broader system. Before I launch into my presentation, I'd just like to take a few minutes and talk about the Qualifications Authority. Some of you in the room may know what SAQA is, and some of you may not know. Some of you may think you know. But SAQA, in the simplest terms, is the custodian of what we call the National Qualifications Framework. The NQF, what SAQA does, in the simplest terms, alongside all those other beautiful things, is to register qualifications from our institutions of education or higher learning and recognize professional bodies such as COMENSA. Our role is to make sure that the education and training system makes sense and that qualifications and designations and learning pathways connect in a meaningful way. At present, there are about 101 SAQA recognized professional bodies in the country, and COMENSA is one of those. I want to clarify something that maybe comes up in conversations like this or in spaces like this when we meet. SAQA does not directly fast track or grant recognition to individuals within professional bodies. That responsibility sits within the professional body itself. Our role is to enable the system, support alignment, comparability, and trust, because that's what a professional body is built on, is trust. Trust that you are ethical, trust that the profession itself can be trusted, and that the advice or the engagement that comes with that body can be trusted. So SAQA creates conditions for people to move and progress with confidence. I won't take too long on this slide. I just wanted to show, when we talk about the National Qualifications Framework, there are hundreds of stakeholders. This picture just gives a sense of the broader NQF system. There are many players. There's government. We heard from Dr. Sishi this morning. There are education and training providers, whether they are universities, colleges, TVET colleges, schools even, as little or from the ground up. Quality councils, there are 3 of them in South Africa, each one of them that handles a part of this NQF. Professional bodies such as COMENSA and lifelong learners. All of us in this room are lifelong learners. As long as you continue to learn something, you are a learner and a lifelong learner. So this NQF ecosystem is quite a complex one, but the key point is this. All of these parts that you see exist to support learning, development, mobility, and progression. I'd like to add there access, because that's a word that popped up. When we were discussing this topic, it was a lot around mobility, but I've come to realize, again, remembering my comment earlier about how we mix up terminology, that you could almost say there is no mobility without access, and there is no access without mobility. So if you hear me say mobility, tune your mind to access. I will be using them both interchangeably. Having seen who the key players is in this NQF system of ours, and it's a South African system, I wanted to emphasize that the NQF is the main tool that we use to recognize learning in South Africa. It gives us a shared way of understanding what someone knows and can do. It helps standardize how learning is understood, and it allows us to compare different qualifications. One of its strengths is that it recognizes that learning doesn't just happen in a vacuum or in one way. People learn through formal education, which is where the NQF comes in, but they also learn through work experience. They learn through a combination of these, as maybe perhaps most of you in the room have done. What the NQF system does is to allow movement between pathways, so learning is not fixed, it's flexible. That's why we call them flexible learning pathways, because there are many ways to learn, many ways to navigate the NQF. The question perhaps now is how we use this more effectively in professions like coaching and mentoring. Let me pause here a bit and talk about recognition. The word recognition is used quite broadly, especially in the NQF space. And sometimes it creates confusion, like we heard in the panel this morning. And I saw Yapi was at pains to try to explain. In the SAQA context, when we talk about recognizing a professional body, we're referring to a formal acknowledgement of the professional body itself. SAQA is saying, we recognize your systems, your standards, and your ability to award designations. Then we have another form of recognition in the system, which is the recognition of prior learning. This is different. This is about recognizing an individual's learning experience. It's about saying, Tola may not have the formal qualifications, but she has gathered up a wealth of experience over time that this RPL enables her to go into a space, either into the workplace or into a qualification or even into a designation. So while they're related, these concepts of recognition, they serve very different purposes and operate differently. RPL allows people to get recognition for what they already know and can do, even if they didn't learn it in a formal setting like a classroom. It helps to formalize experience. It opens doors for people who might not have formal qualifications, like I explained earlier. So in the field like coaching and mentoring, where so much happens through practice, experience, exposure, RPL should not be seen as just an alternative pathway. I think it's a critical pathway, especially within this profession. There are different ways that this RPL can be explored, and like I explained, mostly in the education sector, but there is also RPL for professional bodies. I listened this morning as we talked about other access mechanisms that could feed into the professional body. The panel mentioned that this morning, and I think it's important that RPL is one of those mechanisms. The how of it, of course, is dependent on the institution that wants to RPL the member or the institution that wants to RPL the student. The how and where we leave to those, but SAQA does provide guidance based on research on how this can be carried out. This leads me to an important discussion. We have this with our other 100 professional bodies, not COMENSA, don't worry, I think they're fine. Our other 100 professional bodies, there seems to be a misunderstanding between a qualification and a designation. So when people say, won't you recognize my designation? We can't do that. One of the, a qualification reflects what you have studied. I went to the University of Witwatersrand and achieved a bachelor's degree in statistics. A designation, on the other hand, reflects your professional standing, your experience or your practice. So you're a master coach, for instance. Both are important, but they are different. What did you study? What is your title? One is awarded by an education and training institution. One is awarded by a professional body or councils. One is based on completing a structured curriculum, passing assessments, and must have credits. So on the professional body side, yes, you could complete a structured curriculum, and yes, you could pass assessments, but without credits, it cannot be a qualification. It can be hours, you can have 200 hours, but those hours are not credits. For the qualification, once it's awarded, it's permanent. If I achieved my qualification in 1980, it stays that way. For professional designations, of course, you know, you can always progress. always do your CPD so you can continue to grow in that space. And one reflects formal learning that has taken place, and the other is professional recognition and standing. I think it was Professor Terblanche, I'm not sure if he's in the room, that said yesterday that we need to build as a profession, as this community of professionals in the room, we need to build proficiency in degrees. And even this morning's panel spoke to that, especially within coaching qualifications. So we must be able to, first, SACWA and the quality councils must be able to develop stringent coaching qualifications that enable practitioners to plug in and not just rely on their designations, but also qualifications as well. Let me speak a little bit about the mobility gap. Even with all of these in place, including the NQF, we still see a gap when it comes to mobility. Designations are not clearly linked to qualifications. And I use the example because we are in the COMENSA space around some of the designations and what the underlying qualifications that is required or needed alongside your experience is. I just use this example because we're in that space, but this we do for all the other professional bodies that SACWA recognizes. So experience sometimes is not always formally recognized, and different systems, locally and globally, don't always align. I've spoken to a number of you, and I hear about, the ICF versus COMENSA, and is it the EMCC or the EFCC? Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say EFCC, but yeah, but the EMCC. And so this morning's discussion on the potentials of registering designations that speak to supervision, for instance, is where this concept of RPL can be used. Another area that I'd like to highlight in this mobility gap is the area of data. So for instance, SACWA maintains a register of all the designations from all the 101 professional bodies in the country. And what we are able to track is which members of which professional bodies have which underlying qualifications, for instance. That helps us then to not only use the data to just publish or do some research, but to understand the profession, to track growth, and to support better planning and recognition. Whatever you see on the screen now, the example is not to call anybody out, but to see how different designations relate to qualifications and how RPL can be applied in some cases, but not others. This is not a weakness. It is actually a useful starting point because it's an opportunity for alignment. Let's talk a little bit about the African agenda because we have spoken a lot about Africa, especially from yesterday. If we take this beyond South Africa, the same issues exist across the continent. SACWA is privileged to work with similar bodies, not professional bodies, but similar bodies that work with professional bodies in their countries. And we have an understanding that the same challenges exist. If we want professionals to move easily across countries, we need better alignment across systems. We need comparability. And we need to make sure that access into professions is inclusive. There was a strong African focus in yesterday's discussions. And if we are serious about mobility across the continent, then we need systems that support it. This is an area where SACWA continues to engage, working towards greater alignment and cooperation across national systems. The map on that map, I don't want to say on my left or on your right, you can see that map is it's an actual representation of some of the evaluation requests that SACWA gets, because part of our work is to evaluate qualifications that come from outside of South Africa and sort of evaluate that and make that equivalent on the South African national qualifications framework. About 19% of that are from professionals who are designated from other countries wanting to come into South Africa to practice. So that's a question I leave for you to say. How big is that Africa that we want to go and conquer? and what are the strategies that we need to go to look at that. As I round up, I just wanted to reflect a little bit. Let me bring it together. Recognition is where we start, but the goal is mobility or access. That is making it easier for people to grow and move in their professions. That means we need stronger alignment between qualifications and designations. We definitely need better use of RPL and greater comparability across the system. And finally, we need, as the call was made this morning, continued collaboration and partnerships between SAQA, professional bodies like COMENSA, and the government. I like the point made by Dr. Malaki this morning. It's around working together, and she was very strong on collaboration and partnerships. If I could leave you with one thought, it would be this. Recognition is the starting point. Access or mobility is the outcome, and alignment is the work. If we can align our systems through the NQF, through RPL, and through collaboration, we can move much closer to a space where coaching and mentoring is not only just recognized, but is truly portable, credible, and accessible across Africa. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this conference, and I look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tola. Are you clearer on the work that you need to do? And I see Jeremy's hand is like, me. Can we have a mic over there? Are your preference one question at a time, or we can take a couple?
I am reminded of the professor from yesterday who says, give me 4, I'm a professor. I'm not a professor. I'll take one at a time.
Okay,
please.
so Jeremy, kick us off, and then others just signal, and then George also wants has a question. Jeremy,
Okay,
go ahead.
so just a technical question to check. I don't know if you can put the slide up again, but when you compared a credential and
a designation.
Yeah. You said the one has to have an assessment, but you didn't insist that the other one has to have an evaluation. Okay.
Can I go?
It may. Okay. So where does it say?
Oh, right.
Okay,
Yeah,
that one
you.
there. So is an evaluation a requirement in order to achieve a designation?
Yeah. I'm smiling because right next to you is the man that can answer that question. So I'll hand over to my muscle over there. Go ahead, Yapi.
Thank you very much. It's just in our policy and criteria is that the professional body may decide if they need to have a board exam or any other assessment. And the other assessment might be a portfolio of evidence, for example, before a designation can be issued or awarded. So it's a decision from the professional body. Do they want to have an assessment, a formal assessment, or more portfolio type of assessment?
Okay, so in COMENSA, we're very clear that we don't use the word assessment, we talk about evaluation. Okay, so, and then the next one where you talk about RPL, you make that slide made the point that RPL cannot be included in awarding a designation for coaching. RPL may be awarded for a designation in mentoring. Is that the case?
Would you let me know which slide it is?
That one there.
Oh, this one. Oh, so may I take this?
Yes, please, go ahead.
That was not the point at all. This was just an example of what we see on the National Learners Records Database around RPL requirements. And these are requirements that are provided by the professional body themselves. But I see Yapi has a hand up. I hope you're not deferring from me, Yaps.
No, it's not deferring. It's a policy or it's a requirement from SAQA that there should be a policy for RPL into a designation. And that is to allow access. Yeah.
And
Jeremy?
So that's not correct. Okay, thank you.
Are the slides going to be made available?
The slides are available. They have been sent to you. But I also wanted to just emphasize again, when I started my presentation, I did say that we have part of the problem is that we are not aligned in terms of terminology. So I like the point where you say, in COMENSA we use evaluation, we don't use assessment. And so it's important. Those are the kinds of conversations that perhaps cause friction, but should not be. There are different terminologies. Yapi was very, very clear. Professional bodies we don't understand what credentials is, because credentialing in SAQA and the NQF language is very different, for instance. And so as we work together, we need to start finding ourselves in the sea of terminology that is in both the professional body system and the NQF system. I'll take the next question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
George?
Could I ask you to go to the world map that you had there?
Oh, yes.
All right. Seeing as we're talking about wanting to go into Africa and not taking everything from the north and everything.
Yes.
If you look at Greenland and the size of Greenland and the size of Africa, on that map, which is from the 1960s or something, Greenland looks like it's about the same size as Africa. But actually, Greenland is probably just in the heart of Africa there. Why am I raising that? Because, we are indoctrinating ourselves about the insignificance of Africa. And so I think what we should be doing ourselves is really to resize it properly, so that when you look at it, you see Greenland as small as it is and Africa as big as it is. Why? It's an important mindset. I know people will say, oh, what's the relevance of that? The relevance of that is that at the back of your mind, you're being told a narrative, a story that you are believing by putting in there. And what I would recommend really is that as Africans, we should begin to see Africa for what it is, for our size and what we can be. So mine is a comment, not so much a question.
And
Thank
it's
you very
great
much.
that he or she who has a problem will also be part of the solution. So in this community where we are seeing gaps, nomenclature, issues around sizing, if we are part of the ecosystem, part of it is to put our hand up and say, yeah, I know a little bit about this. This is how I can help you, because we strengthen each other by doing that. One more question, and then we do need to move to the next person.
Yes, thank you very much. I know it was a comment, and I appreciate it. I'm in a room full of, I like to say a room full of psychologists, because everything, someone said to me just before I stepped up, that everything you do is being looked at. Body language, your speech. So I know I'm under the spotlight, if I can say that. But you make a good point, but we must also put things into perspective. It's a depiction. It does not mean we say Africa is small and Greenland is big. Actually, if you ask me, I'm geographically disinclined. I cannot tell where Greenland is on the map. This was something that was just used to show that we do have an influx of people coming into the country. Most of them are for professional licenses. So we stay focused on that. The size of the map, I don't think matters, but I stand to be corrected, and I'm happy to chat to you maybe outside of this so I can get a proper psych session, Mr. George. Well, thank you very much for your comment. Appreciate it. Next question.
So, do we have another hand? Nope, I don't see any hands. So, yeah, we are a mixed group. So there's some coaches who are far ahead, very senior in their practice. We have students, and also the psychologists. It's not entirely true. I'm not sure how many psychologists are in the room, but people are accessing coaching from different spaces.
Indeed.
And I'm so thankful that SAQA is here
Yes.
to help us understand the policy a little bit better, understand how we can align and actually be geared for getting into Africa. Because the idea might be fantastic, but we need to prepare. So when the fishermen are not at sea, they fix their nets. That's what we are doing. While we are preparing to go into the rest of the continent, we better be fixing our nets, making sure the access is enabled. Tola, it's been an absolute delight
Appreciate it.
having
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And Farah has got a little gift for you from us to say thank you for preparing and just sharing your experience and expertise with us. You can come here for the photo op as well, and then we must smile for the camera.
Do I have somewhere to show where COMENSA
No, it's not on brand.
I've been listening the whole morning, you can tell.
Thank you. A big round of applause. Thank you, Tola. Colleagues, the learning continues. So I'm particularly excited about this conversation. The acupuncture points I spoke about earlier. Where can we actually intervene? So COMENSA, we can organize ourselves in terms of saying who are the mentors, who are the coaches, where's the upskilling that's required, how do we organize ourselves for impact? The National School of Government gives us access. So I know it's a lot of pressure, right? When we spoke to the DG to say thank you earlier, he said, I don't know what you're all waiting for. And he was speaking my language of prototyping because I might have an interest in baking. I'm not going to start off with buying a big building and all these heavy equipment and start baking. I do a tray, give it to my family, give it to my neighbor. They give feedback and say, this doesn't work. So wherever you are, those seeds, where can we go as coaches and mentors? What can we start experimenting with? How do we start learning and sharing the information with everybody? So, Ms. Pindile, please come to the stage and share with us around what you are doing in the National School of Government in terms of your strategy and integration of coaching. Over to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. You see, some of us are usually in a classroom setup and we like the feedback. So when we greet, we want to see if the room is alive. So I'm going to say that again. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you. Now I feel like I can relax now. I'm being welcomed very well. So for us as the National School of Government, we were given a topic to look at the National School of Government strategy and integration of coaching to expanding the impact across the continent. So we'll be sharing a bit more around what is happening in other schools of government. So just to acknowledge and just show our appreciation for the invitation here, we see COMENSA as a very strategic partner for us as the school, the National School of Government, and we appreciate being in this room with all of you. And we've been networking in the meantime. Each time there's a tea break, we're seeing connections and we can see how you can assist us in the work that we do in government. So we've noted that over the past 2 days, you've been exploring quite a lot. You've been exploring coaching and mentoring from different perspectives, including neuroscience and ethics, systems thinking, and the evolving world of work. My remarks for today draw from a broader analytical paper that we had prepared for this session, which reflects on the roles of schools of government across the African continent and what a more feature-focused approach to capability might look like. But I'd also like to begin with a simple shift in perspective. Rather than asking what coaching is or how it is practiced, I would like us to ask a more fundamental question. What must coaching and mentoring become if they are to matter for the state? In preparing for this session, we did attempt to engage other schools of government and across our network. We've got a network that is called AMDIN. We sent through a short survey, but I think the colleagues were mostly busy. We didn't get much feedback from them. Hence, I feel sorry for those students that try and get surveys through to some of these professional bodies. It's difficult to get responses. But we also went back to what we know is tried and tested. You go back and look at what is available through literature to then have something to compare. So what we have looked at then is that we've drawn from the available literature, as I said, the institutional experience where we've engaged with some of our partners and we know what they've been doing, and we then put up some comparison across that. So what emerges from this wider view is a picture of growing interest, but we know that the interest is uneven. The uptake for coaching is uneven throughout, which actually gives us a deeper question about how coaching and mentoring fits in within the realities of public governance. This brings us to the central question that underpins this work. Why has coaching and mentoring not yet become has not yet become central to building a capable state in Africa? But if we are to reflect honestly, this is not a question of awareness. It is a question of relevance. Coaching and mentoring are widely recognized as valuable. Rather, it's a question of alignment as well, a question of fit. Fit between the models we use and the realities of the environment in which public officials operate. Looking at the evolving of public sector capability, we pick up 3 traditions. We say here there are 3 identified overlapping traditions that we found in the study. The first one views public officials as primary administrators. In this tradition, effectiveness is achieved through rules, procedures, and systems of control. The assumption is that if systems are well designed and followed, performance will follow. The second tradition emerges from reforms efforts influenced by the private sector thinking. Here, the assumption is that the public sector underperforms because it lacks managerial capability, and that solution lies in adopting private sector management practices. The third is more complex and is still emerging perspective, one that recognizes that the state is complex, adaptive system. In this view, leadership is not only about compliance or management, but also about navigating uncertainty, balancing competing demands, and delivering public value in difficult and contested environments. Importantly, these are not necessarily sequential phases that have replaced one another. They coexist today, often within the same institution, and they shape how we think about learning, leadership, and capability. When we locate coaching and mentoring within these traditions, the challenge becomes greater and clearer. In the first tradition, there is a little need for coaching. If the systems is correct and the rules are clear, the official's role is to simply comply. In the second theory, coaching begins to emerge, but largely as an extension of private sector practices, focused on performance, behavior, and individual effectiveness. In the third one, there is more greater openness to coaching and mentoring. But even here, we often carry forward assumptions from earlier traditions, particularly the idea that management and leadership are largely generic. And it is here that we begin to see a disconnect. Looking at the current landscape across Africa and pointing out to the partial and uneven uptake. Across the continent, the current landscape reflects this tension. Coaching and mentoring are present but not yet fully institutionalized. They are often embedded within leadership programs, incorporated into training courses, or introduced through external initiatives. In some cases, schools of government offer coaching as part of their executive development programs. We know, as shared earlier, that the NSG uses that as executive induction programs, targeting a few people. But we've also learned from that and expanded it to now to be a standalone service that we offer and that is available. But looking at other examples, Kenya School of Government and Rwanda Management Institute have also begun integrating coaching into leadership and performance management initiatives. In others, mentoring is used more informally, to support emerging leaders, such as within training programs in countries like Ghana and Nigeria, where mentorship is linked to supervisory development and succession planning. These are also there are also examples of donor-supported programs, particularly in sectors such as health and public financial management, where coaching is introduced as part of a broader reform or technical assistance effort. But in most instances, these approaches are not integrated into the core systems through which the state builds capacity. They remain partial, uneven, and often dependent on external support, rather than forming part of a sustained, internally driven approach to institutional development. Looking at the different constraints that are there are constraints that we are aware of, especially having started this work as the National School of Government. Some of them are about funding, which means that coaching is often seen as an additional cost rather than a core investment. There is also a limited pool of individuals who are both trained in coaching and deeply familiar with the realities of public sector. So which means we've got lots of you, mainly in the private sector, you have not been in the public sector, so context becomes an issue. Institutional demands is uneven, and in some cases, there's limited leadership buy-in. It is also difficult to measure the impact of coaching in ways that align with traditional accountability systems. All of these are important factors, but they do not fully explain the situation, because beneath these constraints lies a deeper issue, one that is more conceptual than operational. The deeper issue is this: much of the coaching that is available to us today is not designed for the public sector. It is derived largely from corporate environments and psychological traditions. It focuses on the individual, on self-awareness, behavior, and personal development. These are important dimensions of leadership, but they are not sufficient in the context of the state. Because public leadership is not only about the individual, it is about the institution, systems, mandates, and accountability. It is about operating in environments where decisions are constrained, contested, and often politically sensitive. Public sector leaders face challenges fundamentally different from those in more controlled organizational environments. They must navigate competing priorities, limited resources, and intense public scrutiny. They must make decisions where there are no clear answers and where every choice involves trade-offs. These are what we often refer to as wicked problems. These are complex, interconnected challenges that cannot be solved through technical expertise alone. In such contexts, coaching that focuses solely on the individual fails to engage with the broader system, risks becoming disconnected from reality. It may support reflection, but it does not necessarily support action. If coaching and mentoring are to play a meaningful role in the public sector, then they must evolve. They must move beyond a narrow focus on individual development and begin to engage with the institutional capability. This means supporting not only how individuals think and behave, but how organizations function, how decisions are made, and how outcomes are achieved. It also means embedding coaching within real work, within the actual challenges that leaders face, rather than treating it as a separate activity. And importantly, it requires building internal capability so that coaching becomes part of how institutions learn, rather than something brought in from outside. Now, repositioning coaching from training to learning systems. This has an important implications for schools of government. Traditionally, these institutions have been seen as providers of training, delivery courses, qualification, and programs. But the demand of the current moment requires something more. They require schools of government to become architects of learning systems, systems that integrate different forms of development, including training, coaching, mentoring, and experiential learning. This is not simply a technical shift, it is a shift in how we understand learning itself. Looking ahead, one of the most promising directions lies in the development of peer-based and networking approaches to coaching and mentoring. Across the continent, public officials are grappling with similar challenges in housing, health, local government, and economic development. There is enormous value in creating spaces where these leaders can engage with one another, share experiences, and learn collectively. This kind of horizontal learning has several advantages. It is more contextually relevant, more cost-effective, and often more sustained than traditional methods. It also helps normalize reflection and learning as part of leadership rather than requiring them only when there is a problem. A future model where embedded peer-based and system-oriented coaching. We see this as perhaps as the most important change that is required for coaching itself. It shifts coaching from specialized interventions delivered by experts to a shared practice embedded in leadership. It reduces the perception that seeking support is a sign of weakness, and instead position it as a sign of maturity and responsibility. In this way, coaching becomes less about fixing individuals and more about strengthening the system. Towards closing, the question before us is not whether coaching and mentoring is valuable. They clearly are. The question is whether they can evolve to meet the demands of the public sector, because the future of governance in Africa will depend not only on policy and system, but on the ability of leaders to think clearly, act responsibly, adapt in the face of complexity. Let me close with this reflection. If we can reposition coaching and mentoring to better align with the realities of the state, they could become far more than tools for development. They can become part of how the state learns, part of how it adapts, and part of how it delivers on its mandate to serve. Because ultimately, a capable state is not built only through frameworks or plans. It is built by people. People who can reflect, learn, and act together in pursuing the public good. Thank you.
Ms. Mkwananzi, for that illuminating conversation. So my reflection to you, if the government is the biggest employer in South Africa, as COMENSA, what's our work, right? An acupuncture point.
Yeah. A quick one to respond to that one. We've already signed an agreement with COMENSA. The reason why we did that, we had done a call to get coaches to sign up with us when we did our tender to get facilitators and coaches, and we didn't get enough pool, which meant that we couldn't do the work that we were supposed to do fully and be able to be aggressive when it comes to coaching within the state. So with us having signed an agreement with COMENSA, it means that we can access the pool of coaches that are registered with them to be then help us with the capacity that is lacking within the public service.
Woohoo! So for me as past president of SIOPSA, I'm just like getting goosebumps because this is the role of professional associations, to put us into spaces where we can be accountable, where we can be professional. So COMENSA's win is our win in the rest of South Africa. So don't take that lightly. The work that you have been doing behind the scenes means you are organizing differently, and we continue to learn from you. So big round of applause to COMENSA at 20. Any questions for Ms. Mkwananzi? We have a hand at the back.
Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. I'm Sylvia Baloyi from Lehlohonolo HR Consulting, and I'm a senior coach with COMENSA. And this is an exciting moment, you know, to hear that COMENSA has signed this deal with you. And we are here as experienced coaches, experienced mentors. My question is, we always see that the youth are left behind. And then here as COMENSA and as coaches and mentors and supervisors, we really want to give back also to the young people so that they are not left behind, because the future is with the next generation of leaders. So how can we work together to ensure that we're not leaving them behind? We're talking about new careers for them. Most of them, they're saying, I have a qualification, but I don't have a job. So how about we train them as coaches, we train them as mentors, and they get involved in the supervision? Thank you.
My colleague earlier, Dr. Izzy Mangaliso, but we call her Izzy, talked about the work that she does. She's responsible for the youth in the programs that we do at the National School of Government. So we're always looking for partners. The kind of youth that we normally engage with are those that are unemployed, could be unemployed graduates. So we offer programs to that. We're always looking for partners. At times we have to do that pro bono. As a National School of Government, we might be government, but we are not fully funded, so we have to raise funding for the activities. But some of the programs that we need to do for the youth would require some pro bono contribution towards them. So we partner with youth, what is it called again? Youth Agency, NYDA. We partner with NYDA with some of the activities that we do. So we would welcome that. Easy runs one of the programs where they are coaching the youth. So the youth that are in government already and those that are outside. So we are always looking for the partners. If you raise your hand to say, we're available, we'll want to work with you in expanding this. But we can also look at opportunities so where if it's training, we can look at NYDA to say how can they fund that kind of activity as well, so that you're not only doing pro bono, but you can also be paid for your services.
Thank you very much for that. And remember, colleagues, money follows impact. And what we're being encouraged to do is to demonstrate the impact. And through the expertise that exists in this room, we unlock different opportunities. Do we have a next question?
Thank you very much, Acting Principal. My name is Cynthia Maponya. I'm from the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. I head HRD and Performance Management Directorate. I'm so excited of what happened here today, the signing of the MOU. I'm a qualified coach. I did the postgraduate diploma from SACAP, working together with COMENSA. And when my employer paid for this postgraduate, I promised my employer that I'll be the first coach to come and institutionalize coaching in the public service. I completed and graduated last year. And when I came back, I drafted a framework on coaching and mentoring. And it is approved by my Director General as I speak. The Director General and the Minister Solima Ladzi, they are so excited to institutionalize coaching in the department. So what we have done, we have drafted, or I have drafted, terms of reference. We are taking the similar route to appoint panel of coaches. So we are going to advertise the terms of reference to appoint panel of coaches in the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. Hence, I'm so excited that NSG and COMENSA, they have signed an MOU. So as public service, we are in the right direction in terms of institutionalizing coaching and mentoring. And I'm saying, I'm behind you, NSG, in terms of this MOU. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations on that qualification.
Can I just say something to her? Thank you so much for what you're doing, but I can help you short circuit the process. You don't need to do your terms of reference and advertise. Within government, if we've already done the work as the National School of Government, you can tap into what we already have. So let's talk outside. We can help you to short circuit the process.
Amazing. Needs and leads, right? Amazing. Thank you.
Hello there. It's Linda again. And you know what Linda means in isiXhosa and isiZulu? Wait. So I have been on a long journey of wait. Linda. I am in my practice. I work. I'm a vendor for CEDA, Productivity SA. I'm on the CSD, and the requirements that come through normally look like a cut and paste. The tenders that come through are cut and paste. Now, if I look at my one deliverable, possibly we can worm ourselves in there, but if you look at the other deliverable, there's nobody doing it like we're doing it at the moment. So my question is there an opportunity to co-create the RFQ with you? Co-create the RFP with you? From a COMENSA perspective and us as members, you know, what is your requirement? And let's put the right requirement out there. So a panel of coaches are great. It's a really good start, but just something to consider. Because when those tenders come through and it's a wad like this, and we can see, I've seen many of them, they look so similar. And we need to, they can't all be the same. So there might be a standardized option and there might be a customized one. So just that thought. And then I just want to say that training, we know there's research done. When you train someone, productivity shoots up by 22.4%. Augmented with coaching, 88%. I leave that thought with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. Do you want to respond to that?
You know, government, we live by regulations and all that. So some of the things are not avoidable, but the terms of reference, unfortunately, you can't use someone that's going to benefit to help you draft because it's more like you're handing over the thing. So we need to be fair in the process. But we will be looking at how we make sure we do have qualified coaches within the NSG that have got the qualification that can help us draft the right terms of reference. But unfortunately, with all other tenders, if she goes on tender, you do have to deal with that PEC because it's what National Treasury requires of us to do. So please, at times it looks painful, but go through the pain. It pays off at the end because we do need the service and we cannot avoid that process. We know a lot of professionals, we struggle even when we deal with the university professors. They don't want to engage in that, but we cannot do it outside that process. Otherwise it's irregular, then we must go account. You'll find us at Matlanga as well.
Yeah. No, and I think your slides also point to the evolution. So NSG, you are awake to the realities of what you need. And I think for us as a community, we need to align to what you're looking for. Yes. So that analogy of the fishermen fixing their nets. So it's not business as usual. For government specifically, how do we ready ourselves to align to your requirements? We had a hand at the back, my good sir.
Thank you so much. I thought you had forgotten me.
Not at all.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Mukonasi. My name is Khadi Mufua from Northwest University Business School. I'm hearing something nice here, partnerships. And I see people clapping for those partnerships. But they are at a micro level. They are not at a micro. I don't hear colleagues here saying they partner with one another to deliver a particular service. I think if partnerships just stay at the macro level between COMENSA and yourselves and others, without trickling down, encouraging members, senior coaches, junior coaches to work together on particular projects, I think we'll be missing the point. So those micro partnerships, let them trickle down. Ensure that when you issue that tender, for example, you say you must work, senior coach, you must work with 5 junior coaches. I think that will be great, and it will really build the profession.
Thank you very much. You want to respond?
Nope, I think this one is for COMENSA.
So I will take the liberty of responding to that. So I hear what you're saying, and I think this is the value of an organizing body, of making sure the transformation happens, because the experience that one has was enabled through other people giving opportunities. So it's the intentionality of the COMENSA committees and teams to make sure all of that is in place. So any last thoughts from you before we close and I move to the last piece before lunch?
Maybe picking up on the issue of partnerships. This is part of the strategy and the mandate of the National School of Government. If you know, you did state that government is the biggest employer. So the work that we need to do as the National School of Government, we're too small to do. So we work through partnerships. Hence, we are here to work with you, and we hope that you'll cooperate with us. The process can be tedious at the beginning, but once we get over that hurdle, we start working and you will see the reward of that. So please work with us. We really here because we really value the work that you do as coaches and mentors, and we want that benefit for our public servants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Ms. Mkwananzi. So from us as the COMENSA community, we extend deep gratitude for your time and just sharing your expertise with us. You will declare the gift. Farah, it's a requirement. So I love the compliance thing. It keeps us honest. Remember the ethical leadership yesterday. Or we must look to the camera and smile. Thank you. Colleagues, as we get into the last part of our session this afternoon, one of the things I wanted to invite you to do is to think about needs and leads. Needs and leads. Okay, so if you have a need, we'll have an opportunity to give you the mic to say, I have a need, I need coaching hours, for example. And someone in the audience might have a lead and say, I have a project that actually needs some coaches, or I have a lead for an organization that's putting together a mentoring program. So part of co-creating a community where we are feeding off one another is to create opportunities where people know what's needed. Because if you're sitting quietly in your corner, I'm not going to know you have a need. So I want you to think about a need that you have, and we'll do a round after AJ's talk. And then maybe someone has a lead and will be able to assist you. So without further ado, I would like to invite Prof. AJ Jivan, who is the head of research and assurance at the South African Board for People Practices, to come and share with us a little bit more around research, leadership loneliness, and the case for coaching intervention. So AJ, you are no stranger to this community. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, a big round of applause for AJ.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for that warm welcome. And good afternoon. Thank you again for COMENSA for this kind invitation to present at the inaugural Africa Conference. And congratulations on your inaugural conference. Today, I would like to talk around leadership loneliness. Now, I know it's quite a heavy topic to digest after lunch, but I'll try to keep it as light as possible. What I like to do, sorry, I'm just trying to see if moves. Okay, there we go. So what I would want to do in this session is talk about loneliness in general and at work. And that'll be the context for us to talk about leader loneliness. And I'll link it back to what we're going to talk about in terms of prevalence rates around loneliness. And then I'll speak about the case for coaching leaders. Okay. So globally, we've seen this concern around loneliness, and it's been identified as a key social economic issue that needs to be addressed by policymakers. And this was even before the COVID-19 pandemic. So for example, if you see on the right-hand side in 2023, Gallup estimated that nearly 1 in 4 people, that's 1 billion people, feel very or fairly lonely according to their survey across 142 countries. Now, if you look at the graph on the right-hand side, you'll see people's responses to the question, I feel lonely in general. And you see it's divided in terms of age groups. Now, what's striking about it is that normally we would assume that those on the right-hand side, that means those 65 and above, will be feeling more lonely. Whereas what you're seeing is the younger generation, 18 to 35 and above, are feeling much more lonelier. You're seeing percentages, for example, 27 to 25%. So that's interesting to see. Now, governments and non-government agencies, that includes the World Health Organization, the UK All-Party Parliamentary Group on Tackling Loneliness, in fact, they have a minister on loneliness as well, and a US Surgeon General, have called attention to what they've called a loneliness epidemic. So there's serious concern about loneliness. Now, that 2023 Gallup survey that I cited, what you see now on the right-hand side is the graphical representation of the variation across countries. Now, if you look at the African continent and South Asia and parts of South America, you see it's darker green. Darker green means there's a higher prevalence rates of loneliness. Okay? Now, the World Health Organization in a 2025 report found that within the African continent, a quarter, 24% of the people reported being lonely, which is startling because we would think with Ubuntu and other philosophies in Africa that we will not be the ones feeling so lonely. Now, on the left-hand side, you see the statistics for South Africa. What's interesting is that 39% said they're very or fairly lonely, and 26% a little lonely. So almost 75% have some feelings of loneliness or extensive feelings of loneliness. And that's a high number for us. Now, this is the 2026 Gallup poll. Here they're looking at not general loneliness, they're looking at loneliness on a daily basis. Now, what you see on the left-hand side is the ranking. What you see South Asia and African continent, sub-Saharan Africa, is amongst the highest at 28%. Now, in terms of gender, age, and job level, there's not much difference. But a key takeaway is the high rate of loneliness that's been reported across the continent. So recently, we've also seen that loneliness in the workplace is becoming a concern, and there's much more research attention being drawn to it. Now, CIPD, which is a UK professional body, in their 2026 poll in the UK, found that 42% of the employees surveyed have considered leaving or actually have left the employer because of workplace loneliness. And on the graph on the right-hand side, it breaks down their percentages. Now, in that same poll, you'll see, now I can't see that well, and what you're seeing there is 68% of people saying either they're not comfortable or not comfortable at all, or slightly uncomfortable, or would not speak to the managers. That's a high number. Now, when you look at what are the causes, what people will relate to loneliness, you'll find, for example, team culture, the leadership dynamics. But one of the interesting things that you find there is around remote working. Now, that's a bit of an oddity. Now, a lot of people are blaming remote work for loneliness. The key thing is that loneliness was found before COVID-19 and uptake in remote working. So you find, for example, Hadley et al., this HBR, Harvard Business Review article, they actually say that that's a myth. It's a myth thinking that remote working or flexible working is causing loneliness. In fact, what they found is that the number of days at the office doesn't make a difference to the levels of loneliness. So why is it all important? Because of the impact that it has. It has impact in terms of the subjective experience of the individual, whether their attention, cognition, emotion, and motivation. It also impacts the performance of individuals, teams, and organizations. So various outcomes at various levels you see, for example, increased stress and decreased well-being, feeling disconnected, decreased individual engagement, commitment, and performance, cyberloafing or engagement in other distraction activities, and reduction in organizational citizenship behavior or the emergence of counterproductive work behaviors, for example. So what's interesting for me is that how would these present in your coaching session, in your coaching relationships? Now, as we talk about the prevalence rates around loneliness, what we also need to identify, there are definitional issues, and there's also issues around the measures. So if you look at the literature, you find there's various definitions around loneliness and various measures. If one systematic review suggests that loneliness can be defined as the subjective dissatisfaction arising from a mismatch between the quantity and quality of relationships a person desires and has in reality. So the focus is on the subjective experience, not the objective conditions of, for example, exclusion or isolation, ostracism. It's the subjective experience of the individual and the perceived quality and quantity of the relationships in relation to what the individual desires. So that's how loneliness in general is defined. Workplace loneliness is defined as loneliness that is experienced specifically within the workplace. So a specific domain resulting from aspects of individuals' jobs or where there is dissatisfaction with the professional relationships. So the focus is on a subjective experience within the workplace, that specific domain, and the dyadic relations or connections they have with their fellow colleagues. Okay. Now, when you look at this definition, you see that it doesn't focus on the social and cultural aspects. And so it doesn't take into account diversity, inclusion, and belonging. The other thing about the definition is that it may not consider, sorry, I can't see that clearly. It may not consider loneliness in terms of loneliness as a transient experience and loneliness as a chronic experience. So the concern is that we don't pathologize, we don't make it a pathology, that we understand that loneliness is something normal, but we also don't discount it. We don't say it's something that we can dismiss. So when we think about loneliness, we need to consider those two aspects. Now, as with the literature on workplace loneliness, you find the leader loneliness literature as well, it's emerging, it's in its early development. So one of the reviews says that the topic of leader loneliness remains a nebulous and unexamined topic, both empirically and theoretically. So although loneliness is reported by leaders and their followers, it's strangely absent from the literature. Now, what the systematic reviews find is that there is anecdotal evidence in the popular press. So we all hear the phrase in the popular press, lonely at the top. We ourselves probably talk about it as well. There's also evidence in the coaching literature. We can also find the evidence in terms of perspectives from a clinical and psychodynamic perspective, where they focus on leader dynamics. So some suggest maybe CEO loneliness is counterintuitive, because we don't assume that given a stature and an amount of networking undertaken by them, that they can feel loneliness. But that's what we find in. So one of the key issues in the literature is how we differentiate workplace loneliness and leader loneliness. So what the issue is that people conflate the two. And the argument is, how do we differentiate the two? So as with the literature on workplace loneliness, we find various definitions regarding leader loneliness. Now, Lam et al., in their systematic review, they provide this following definition: an unpleasant feeling, again, subjective experience, of perceiving disconnectedness due to the discrepancy between desired and achieved relationships that are praised as important in the leadership process. So you can see the fine distinctions between this definition and the previous one on workplace loneliness. Now, one of the themes coming through regarding leader loneliness is a lack of confidant or trusted soundboard. And here we see how CEOs perceive the coaching relationship and process. So Longnecker, in their study, found that CEOs, especially during the pandemic, valued executive coaches. Reason being is that the coaching relationships became yet another source of important information, input, and counsel to help CEOs to navigate the uncharted waters of the pandemic. CEOs also describe their coaches as trusted confidant, another set of eyes and ears, a neutral party that knows how I work, and someone that understands my situation. Now you find similar findings in other studies. For example, ThinkStat said not having someone close to confide in is a challenge for many leaders at work. Similarly, Comma Ford, in her Forbes articles, she states that as a leadership and culture coach, I'm often asked, what is the hardest part about being a CEO? Although as a CEO, you get to shape a company in your image, hire people to work for you and receive recognition for your accomplishments, it's incredibly lonely. So you see the contradiction there. Now, as we talk about leader loneliness, we need to also recognize that it tends to be dismissed because the expectations that leaders are the heroes, they do not get fazed by negative emotions, they can overcome any obstacle. There's also the taboo and silencing of leader loneliness, and also a stigma around leader loneliness. Now, interesting is that when you think about manager engagement, this is a Gallup poll that has seen year on year management engagement is dropping. So previously they would describe what they call a management engagement premium. The managers tend to be more engaged. But what they're finding now is that managers are as engaged as their team leaders, as their team members, sorry. So it's quite low, it's decreasing. So the premium of being a manager and seeing yourself as engaged, committed, that seems to be shifting as well. Now the question that I am interested in following and asking, and I'm asking you to also consider, is how leader loneliness is given expression in organizations. How does it present within organizations? And how does it present in the coaching session and your relationship? Now, some of the advisories that you find regarding leader loneliness talks about the different supports. So this article, this image talks about different circles of support. The first circle is your inner circle. That means your trusted confidants within the organization. The second is your external advisors. And the third is your emotional anchors, for example, your family and friends. And coaching will sit probably in between circle 1 and 2. You're helping them in circle 1, 2, but you're also helping navigate between the 3 circles as well. Now, as we consider that, we must also link this to the debate in the literature. The first is that leaders actively distance themselves from their team members, especially during challenging times. So think about performance appraisals, restructurings, or any difficult decisions. Leaders tend to distance themselves emotionally from their followers. But it's also passive distancing in a sense that followers tend to distance themselves from leaders as well. So one of the things identified in the literature that differentiates leader loneliness from general workplace loneliness is leader agency. That means we need to explore how leaders shape and select their relationships as well as their social networks. And that seems to be the key driver or key differentiator of workplace loneliness and leader loneliness. Now we all know that when leaders transitions to the position, to the leadership position, it brings with it changes in relationship with their peers, their team members, and their managers, as well as their own role and work identities. So they're navigating all these changes as well. Now, as we consider it, we need to also consider leader dynamics. And you're all familiar with the imposter syndrome. Most leaders feel this, especially when they enter the leadership role, but also when they transition from one leadership role to another. Okay? So we need to consider imposter syndrome. We also need to consider how does it influence the way leaders connect and influence other people and the way they experience other people as well. And here we need to think about how leaders relate and respond to their own team members' loneliness and their own team members' emotional needs. And here we can start linking it back to what I started with. if we consider the levels of loneliness, so in South Africa, like I said, 75% are reporting a little lonely to fairly lonely. And if we consider the age groupings, we think about the multi-generations in the workplace, the key question for me is how leaders are navigating their own loneliness and how they're managing their team members' loneliness as well. So what's interesting for me is that what are you seeing in your coaching practice? What are forms of expression of workplace and leader loneliness that you are seeing? And that's something that I'd like to research for some more. And if you're interested, please do connect. I'd like to hear your experiences, how you think it's given expression in the workplace. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, AJ. Any questions or comments for AJ? We've got a hand at the back.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the presentation. The question I have in my mind is that we have this stigma about loneliness and all these related topics. For example, I went through research where it was talking about love and everything. It's such a great research topic. But when people see it, especially from academic point of view or professional point of view, they tend to distance themselves. So once you say loneliness, they start feeling, oh, if I can disclose, then it means everybody will see. So how do we destigmatize the topics like this? Because they're really relevant and they are impacting us on our daily lives, but we can't talk to those. Even for coaching sessions, you find the person knows that they're struggling with loneliness, but they will take 6 or 5 sessions before they tell you the truth that actually I'm here because I'm feeling lonely. And people will judge. You're a professor, you're a doctor. How can you be lonely? Because you have it all. So how do we deal with that? Thank you.
I think many times, no matter what the work domain is, whether it's academia, private sector, public sector, there is that stigma. Now, one of the things we can do is, for example, awareness campaigns, change the culture. But I think what's important as well is that when we do engage in coaching and mentoring programs, that we don't see it just as a task base. We're developing our leaders for certain tasks because we need to see the coaching is much more broader. So I think it's how we see the awareness campaigns, the change in the culture within organizations, and also in terms of how people perceive coaching and mentoring and what expectations we have around what we can disclose in those relationships.
So maybe to add to what you're saying, AJ, in the conversations we had yesterday, one of the inputs was around our own mindset as coaches. So when we are entering those spaces, it's a privilege to be journeying with someone. So if we're taking it as a humanizing moment, it shifts our intervention, it shifts the way we are even entering. If we think about our coaching presence, who am I in that moment? Am I showing up in a way that co-creates the conditions for somebody to be able to say, guess what? I really am lonely. It's so tough in this organization by myself. So it's something for us to ponder on and say, what else can I do to start helping leaders to be able to disclose more fully? We have another hand.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks, AJ. I'm Colleen Quist. I host a depression, boredom, and loneliness group out of America.
Oh.
And it's quite scary to see how many Americans, Canadians, also a lot from different countries, depending on the time zone, they come to the group. And it's almost like people have lost the ability to connect. So quite often, I mean, I had one lady who was talking about not being able to speak the language and like how her neighbor 3 down invited her to Thanksgiving, but it was in Spanish. And I was trying to teach her to connect. It doesn't matter what language it is. Go eat whatever food, connect. Love is a universal language. And so often like the networking, the this, the that, and also the baby steps. So also to teach people again, yes, go to a COMENSA conference. Can you speak to one person? Find the person in the yellow. Speak to the person with the hat. Yes, the gentleman. And just to do baby steps.
Yes.
So yes, it's very, very real. And also in an executive setting, I find that a lot of my clients come to coaching because, oh, somebody's got my back. I can just be a person.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I think what's important about it is that, like I said, many people blame remote working and it misdiagnoses what we're actually addressing. If we think it's just remote working, then we're going to bring everyone back to the office and we assume everyone comes back to the office, everything is fine and dandy, kumbaya, and we all love each other. And that's not the case. So something's fundamentally shifted. Even before COVID, the numbers are scary. Until I looked at the literature, I was taken aback at the numbers.
Thank you so much, AJ. This side of the room, you must stand on business. Where are your hands? This side where the light is. What's happening here? What's coming up for you?
They're still digesting from lunch.
Yes, we have a hand. Yay, save this side of the room. Okay, we'll take that and then come to this side.
Thanks, Sharon. So less of a question, but maybe a comment for everyone. In my work, I work with a lot of executive leaders, and this is a very relevant topic. But I think one of the layers that we're missing is that, for example, being a CEO, yes, it's lonely in terms of the leadership position, but there's a loneliness in terms of their home situation as well. There's sacrifices that are needed to be made in order to be performing at that level. And a lot of times, while the rest of us have a safe space to go home and unwind, and we perceive that the financial freedom gives you that, we miss the fact that they go home sometimes to empty homes or loveless marriages, kids who are asleep. They've not had that experience that the rest of us have of a community at home because they're sacrificing, traveling, spending long hours at work. And so I think that's another layer that as coaches we need to be aware of, is it's not just the workplace environment, but it's the whole individual, that there's layers to this loneliness that they feel.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
So, what I liked about it, the diagram of 3 circles of support, you can actually look at what can act as a buffer. Most of us, we experience friends and family as a safe space where we can de-stress and detox. As you're just right, CEOs, that's constricted as well. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that in. The last comment, and then we'll ask AJ to just give final input.
Hello.
Oh, you had a hand. Okay, we'll come back to you, Ndat. Over to you.
Sorry, my name is Kuba Ruyum. I've been coaching for about 20 years. Something very interesting that I find is the difference between men and women when the loneliness manifests. Guys sometimes within a patriarchal reality where the boys have to show that they've got it, they step in with anger, in bravado. And when they're alone, small. And women step in with tears and explosions. And if we PMS, then it is really crazy. But I think we need to allow room for that deep-seated. It is just, I'm alone.
Yeah. And that's what's interesting. So I asked, what's the formal expression? How's it coming into the coaching session and relationship, and how it's playing itself out? So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So one last comment. Over to you, my good sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this important topic. I sit in a number of boards, and always there will be a report on wellness. And you look at the wellness report, mental health is a big issue. And my question is, how does mental health relate to this loneliness? Is mental health a symptom, or?
Yeah.
I think that's what I wanted to know.
So when you look at the literature, it's quite complex. So mental health factors, for example, can be the antecedents. That means they trigger it, they may be precipitating or predisposing someone to loneliness. But it also can be there's an outcome as well. So there's lots of complexity in this. And that's why you find there's definitional issues, because most times when we talk about loneliness, we conflate it with isolation, objective isolation. So someone can be in the workplace with a lot of relationships and interactions, but they can still feel lonely. And so loneliness is tapping into the subjective experience. which is separate from objective isolation, ostracism, and exclusion. That may lead to feelings of loneliness, but we differentiate the two. So I would suggest, in looking at literature, that it can be antecedent, that means it leads to it, but there's also outcomes that, so teasing those out are difficult, but the literature is emerging and you start to see a lot of research that's trying to tease out specifically that question you're addressing.
So thank you for that, AJ. And the supervision question then becomes important. Am I staying in scope, or it's now scope creep? Because unfortunately, when people are in trouble and we are sitting with them, we tend to take on other roles that are outside the contract that we've had, and it becomes a very slippery slope. So when we have a community and we're unsure, we say, you know, I have this coaching client, I'm not sure if we're still within the mandate of coaching. What could I do? What have you done when you've encountered something like this? Who could I refer to? What could I do to support me in this coaching conversation? So AJ, any last thoughts from you before we say goodbye?
Yeah, I'll chip into what you said. So I think it's important that we understand what we're seeing, how it's expressing with form expression, but also when it becomes clinical or when it becomes something that requires, for example, psychological intervention, that we understand that. And I think what it requires is a multidisciplinary perspective and approach where we work together, all parts of the HRM department working together to address it. So thank you so much again for your warm welcome and reception. Appreciate it.
A big round of applause. We have a small gift from COMENSA to you. And we need to do a photo op with our big smiles. You must hold your gift in the middle. Thank you so much. So thank you, AJ. So while the next panel is getting set up, remember I asked a question, who has a need? Do we have anyone with a need? Yes, at the back. And there's someone else with a need. So I'm just going to allow them to express their need. And then after this discussion, anyone with a lead, I'll give you an opportunity to share.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Danira Singh, and I am running this year an initiative called 500 at 50. This is a woman empowerment and upliftment initiative. And talking to one of the points that Prof. Ajay had shared about loneliness, where people don't come out and talk, this is circles that I have where it's a safe space for women to speak up and to talk. My need is that my network is very small, and I am looking for leads where we can connect and collaborate to make this initiative a success. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. So just let that need percolate. One more need, and then we get into the panel.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mel Tomlinson, and I have a stand at the back there called Learn AI. I'm looking for both for coaches. My need is coaches who want to learn how to use AI to be better at coaching and support their clients. But I'm also looking for coaches who have got clients who are interested in AI and adopting it and want to become referral partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, just listen and let it percolate, and I'll give you an opportunity to respond to those needs. So this panel, super excited. We've been talking about legacy. Legacy, we heard yesterday, is not just about leaving something behind, but is it actually making a difference? Are you leaving the world better than you found it? I want to be a good ancestor. I want people to say my name in alignment with other good things. In this panel, we are talking about the future of coaching, mentoring, and supervision in South Africa and the rest of the African continent. And our president is going to guide us in that conversation. Over to you.
Thanks, Madam Program Director. Once again, this is one of those exciting engagements that I'm also looking forward to myself. My name is Mahom Pumela, again. Still the president of Coaches and Mentors of South Africa. Let's be honest, coaching and mentoring and including supervision, they're growing very fast in South Africa, the rest of the continent, and the entire world at this point in time. But growth doesn't necessarily mean that we're making progress, especially in emerging economies. And that's a fact. Are we building a future that is truly serving Africa or South Africa, coming closer to home? Or are we just simply recycling imported models that do not fit our realities? Before that, I'll get to have you as the panel introducing yourselves. Briefly, at least we have what I call enough time to have our discussion. We have a full 1 hour on our discussion. As you introduce yourself, what is that shift that you believe is necessary to change the future of coaching and mentoring in South Africa and the rest of the continent? Let me start with you, Louise.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this panel. I'm Louise Lepan. I'm a Chief Director at the National School of Government. I'm responsible for senior management and professional development. And I saw a little book there in the corner that speaks about metaphors. So if I may I introduce myself with the metaphor of a pineapple. I'm itchy and scratchy on the outside. I'm sweet on the inside. And sometimes I wear a crown.
Wow. What could be better than that? Dr. Lulu, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, you are still the president. And thank you very much for the opportunity and to everybody who's stayed on for the graveyard session. My name is Lulu Kwagwa. I'm retired. I am the founder of Traversing Liminality. I work with young women across the African continent and the diaspora between the ages of 21 and 30. I am a development planner by training, having worked in the public sector, private sector, NGO sector, academia, and I currently sit on a couple of boards. And I'm fairly provocative and can be controversial, and that's what I intend to do this afternoon on purpose.
That's my kind of language. Lee?
Hi, everybody. My name's Lee Creasel. I'm an executive coach. I run a coaching organization, which I've done for about 2 decades, so almost as old as COMENSA. My background is actually IT, so for my sins, I trained as a COBOL programmer, but I have a real eye for systems and process. So I currently coach executives and leadership, so I focus on leadership development. My passion projects is focusing on the youth and particularly women in leadership. And I've had the opportunity of running a number of women in leadership programs into Africa, as well as doing some personal development programs in some of the African countries. So I've had the opportunity of working in that space, which has been a real privilege and an honor. I have been known to be ruthlessly compassionate. So some people see me on the outside. I'm always very calm. I've been described as a lake because you don't see what's happening underneath the surface. But I am quite energized, actually.
Excellent. I love it when people don't see you coming. Dr. Soni?
Thank you. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I love all these introductions. They're really wonderful, the metaphors. And you don't look young enough to be retired, by the way. There you go, in the middle. So I'm Sunny, Dr. Sunny Stout-Rostron, and founding president of COMENSA. I've got 30 or more years of executive coaching, team coaching, and I also do a lot of work with women leaders, And in South Africa, where I was for 28 years until last year, I worked with 10,000 women, helping them to develop their businesses and learn some of the skills that they needed. I think there's a very strong connection between emotional intelligence and business results. And so that's something I try to help leaders with, is developing a bit of humanity. And I can't think of a metaphor that I should share with you at the moment, but maybe you'll tell me one. But I've also worked in many, many different countries, and I love all these controversial perspectives that we're hearing. My shift that I was thinking about is that I think through a leadership lens, and I think we're leaders as coaches, as mentors. We work with leaders in business and education and institutions. And I think it's really important for us to think through a leadership lens, particularly here as we're looking at our 20th year of COMENSA, with the aim to clarify where responsibilities and judgment, trust, and accountability to remain human in our work today. So that's the shift. That's the shift.
Wow.
That I'd like to see.
We operate in humanities space. I wouldn't be doing justice for those that were not here yesterday. Of course, this is our founding president in celebration of this 20th anniversary of COMENSA. I just thought, let me introduce you. You participated fully yesterday. For those that did not get to see you, interact with you, and thank you very much for still making the time again today. Let's talk about the shift. Thank you. Lee, let me start with you this time around.
I think the shift will really come with people really understanding what coaching is. There's a huge misunderstanding, and coaching is often seen as being just a space that people can come and dump their problems with, right? So they don't really have an idea of what real coaching is. And I think if we can get that message out and help people understand that, particularly now when leaders are working in environments that are so complex, and the cultural diversity makes it even more so. So it's really important that we shift from just having conversations and creating awareness to going to real behavior change and real identity shifts, actually, but understanding it in the context of the different cultures that we might be working with.
Perfect. Dr. Lulu.
For me, the shift is desperately needed. And I think that shift is going to, and I want to come back to the point that Pindile raised, and it's about context. I think the shift is going to arise when, as coaches, we take responsibility to understand the context within which we are coaching. Because otherwise, we miss the shift that's required in the society that we're working in. So if we don't understand the context ourselves, in my view, we can't hope to lead people into spaces that we haven't been and spaces that we don't understand, because then it's irresponsible. So that's why I said I'm going to be fairly provocative here, because my challenge to coaches is, if we don't understand the context within which our clients exist, how are we supporting them? And yeah, maybe let me pause there for now. So for me, that shift is really paying attention to the context before we pay attention of the client and position ourselves in the context itself. And maybe I'll come back to that later.
The conversations are not being about comfortable, and I really am excited with you being provocative, because this is exactly what we need. If we are to make a shift, then there'll have to be tough talks. Then there'll have to be tough engagements. And this is what I would wish this panel is going to be focusing on that, because shift doesn't happen in gentle, sweet, and swift ways. It happens in those tough engagements and robust engagements. Madam Lepa.
Thank you very much. So my work sits at an intersection of strategy, human development, and ethical leadership. As I said, I'm responsible for senior management and professional development. So the shift for me, for coaching and mentoring in the public service, is moving away from a nice to have. It's moving into a strategic capability for knowledge, continuity, leadership renewal, as well as digital adaptation. Just for your awareness, by 2027, we will be losing around 30,000 public servants due to the early retirement process, which is not an insignificant number, but we have 1.2 million public servants in national and provincial government. So I'm thinking that the strategic shifts are away from individual development to system-wide capability, from informal mentoring to structured knowledge transfer. We can't do this on an ad hoc process. We must do it in a structured way. And then for me, it's around seniority-based authority. So the boss tells you what to do, the leader tells you what to learn, to owning and developing your own learning agility.
Picking up on what you've just said, has coaching become a luxury for the few, or rather a tool for the many?
So I manage a panel. I manage a coaching panel at the National School of Government. And yes, the short answer is yes. It is an elitist. It's focused at the executive. It's focused at the senior management level. But I think for me, the innovation has not yet kicked in, because the panel that I'm running and the team that I've got, we're the sum total of 3. But my ideas are just fantastic. So please hold me to my ideas. I think there's opportunity for making sure that the coaching programs come down to the youth. And that speaks to democratization through artificial intelligence. We always talk about coaching one-on-one, and the whole conference in the main was speaking about coaching on the one-on-one. But the opportunity for team coaching, group coaching, peer coaching exists. The opportunity for coaching against learning programs exists, and that's where the innovation needs to come. And I think the last thing about coaching being elitist is, are we, as COMENSA, evolving fast enough? Are we evolving fast enough to become inclusive, developmental, and systems-wide? So we allow the growth and the development of coaching, mentoring, supervision to permeate into the public service.
You mentioned the youth. Who else is left out? I'm still with you. And it's a very key, critical part. You talked about the executives. You talked about the youth. Because there's still a far outcry out there that coaching is still but for those very few that can afford it. And maybe we can even talk about pricing while I'm still with you, that pricing is one of those that is actually making coaching to be exclusionary.
Chairperson, I'm a shop steward for the coaches, so you're asking the wrong person. I'm looking for good pricing. But I just want to reflect on the conversation myself, Dr. Lolo, and Peter just had. We focus coaching on men and women. We focus coaching on executives, on youth. But there are niche areas. So women who come into work after maternity. There are men and women who will be retiring and need a second or a third career, or just to process how to leave the environment. There's a basket in government. We speak of women, youth, people living with disabilities as an inclusive basket of people. So, where there is a human being, there's an opportunity for coaching.
Perfect. Dr. Lulu, you talked to the disconnection of coaching to the communities that it serves. Please expand on that.
Thank you for that question. I think for me, as I said, I work with young women between the ages of 21 and 30, and across the continent, and intentionally working with Black women. And so when they start with us, we run this fellowship which starts in February, in March, they finish in February the following year. So we start in February with an orientation session. And guess what? More than 95% of those young women have never heard about coaching. So before we talk about access, we've got to talk about awareness. Do people even know what coaching is? And I think that's a question maybe that also we need to ask ourselves as COMENSA and as coaches here. So who are we coaching for? And what's our intention? If this very, very community who is the future of the continent actually have never heard about us, have never heard about coaching. So where is coaching pitched? How is coaching positioned? So that's for me, that is one question. And so, the second one related to that is that, yes, there's a pricing issue, but actually maybe there isn't necessarily a pricing issue, because what we found is that once these young women have gone through the year, they've understood the value of coaching within context, because you hear me coming back and back to context, have seen the value, because these are young professionals. These are young women who are just starting out in the world. Then they go out and they buy coaching because they've understood the value. Now they know there's something called coaching, and they know what coaching can do for them. So, so the challenge is, as members of COMENSA, which I am too, what are we doing out there in society, outside the boardroom? Because these are young people who are the boardrooms of tomorrow, in terms of making sure that we reach out in society. I think maybe the last point that I will raise around this is safety. I think how are we making sure that even when they've understood that there's coaching, that they can feel safe, that actually coaching is a space that I can be in, that can deal with the totality of my issues. We're talking at lunch about the wholeness of it. And that we can only do that when we understand the context of this client in terms of where they are. Louisa, I talked about intersectionality. The young women I deal with, they are structurally located in an intersectionality of race, of gender, generation, of culture, and religion. So unless we understand that intersectionality and what will safety mean to them when they are in that space, then again, we're going to miss them.
Perfect. Dr. Sonny, you talked about humanity in coaching.
Yes.
Are we being humane with coaching? Is anyone a problem here? Are we adding to the problem? Or are we being part of the solution?
Okay, those are big questions.
Yes. Us as coaches, I mean, we could be actually leaving the humane part of coaching, and we're focusing on ourselves, what benefits us, and we leave behind the essence at the heart of what coaching was intended to be addressing. Over to you. Sorry.
So there are about 10 questions in what you've just said. So first of all, we have, I think I want to say a couple things. We have not integrated coaching and mentoring responsibly in institutions, in education, in the workplace. Coaching, mentoring and coaching, which maybe you could call it tutoring in education, that should be the first place where children, students, young people encounter. And everybody, I hear there's a bit of a lag with what I'm saying, so tell me if I need to speak more slowly. If we started coaching and mentoring in schools, then as children went through their educational years, by the time they got to matric, they would already have had a number of mentors, maybe co-mentors, and maybe coaches. So maybe our tutors that are working with children should be taught how to coach a little bit better. But the one thing that is missing in our schools is proper mentoring. And it could start there. And I think that's a big, big gap. So I've always had tutors for my children, and I have my youngest grandson is in his matric year this year, and it's pretty tough. And he's working with a tutor who I have also trained to be a coach. So she helps him to think, not giving him answers. So I think it starts there. It's too late to start with coaching and mentoring when people have gone into the workplace because they're already struggling and they already don't know how to ask questions or help themselves sometimes. So I think that's a trick we've missed. And I think we're responsible for that as coaches and mentors. The other thing is in organizations, we haven't integrated coaching and mentoring properly. And just from some of the things that our panelists have already spoken about, there is an inequality in that more senior executives and managers to date have received the coaching, and it's been up to now, it's been very expensive. The price is coming down because organizations are fighting against such high prices, but still some people can get away with it. We need to have mentoring available at all levels in an organization and senior levels, and the seniors aren't necessarily the ones to be the mentors. The younger, technologically informed people are often coaching colleagues that are 25 years older than them because those 25 years older aren't technologically trained. So what I'm saying is there should be an integration of coaching and mentoring in the workplace. And yes, we are responsible for that as coaches and mentors. We should be talking about how do we do it? How do we help organizations to do that? That's one of the things that I work with in organizations. So in terms of humanity, there is much humanity missing in the workplace. And we all know that. Corporates are poisonous, they're toxic, they're difficult. There's a huge gap between making a profit and understanding that you can't make a profit and achieve strategy if you don't treat your people well. And if you don't have the right people in the right places with the right skills. So we have a very big job to play in the workplace. And I don't think we're playing it enough. Some are, but we're not playing it as a team, as a professional body. So I think there's a big gap in terms of what we could help achieve that might deal with some of the inequality. I'm trying to remember what your question was. I think it was inequality. I think it was humanity. So the other side of the humanity piece is that with AI, and I talked about it yesterday, is that we need to integrate AI mentoring, AI coaching, because it's here and it's not going away, with human-based coaching and mentoring. And the thing that I said was we don't want to lose the human touch because that's where emotions are dealt with, self-awareness is enhanced, reflection can happen. And yes, AI may be developing some bots that sound like they're compassionate, etc. At the moment, all bots are taught to say really positive things. I mean, if you go in with a piece of work and you work with a bot, You work with AI, you're always told how wonderful you are, but you're not told what could improve about the writing piece that you've submitted, et cetera. So I think we have a lot of things to work on. So humanity, inequality, pricing, and who gets left out. And my last point is that I work with a lot of upcoming leaders. They're like the chiefs of staff or the PA. I work with the leaders. I work at a very senior level, but I make sure I get to know the other levels and try to work with those that need some mentoring or coaching and try to help see that they get it. Because those younger leaders in their 20s, in their 30s, that will be the chiefs of staffs and the future leaders, they need the coaching and mentoring now. So I think we have a lot of work to do. But I think we should do it together.
Hold on to AI. I have saved that space exactly for you because you talked about AI yesterday. So we will still come to the technology part of it. Lee, let's come to this point. You work with young professionals. And the one or two big words that have emerged out of this conference between yesterday and today was access and inclusivity. And access, leaving this conference, it's a big buzzword. And it shouldn't be a word that is just going to be left here when we close the doors and we walk out of here. It's going to be how we put that access into being, into place, giving it motion. And that inclusivity as we traverse not only our South African path, but the journey we are about to embark on the rest of the continent.
Yeah. Yeah, so great question. I think the real opportunity in Africa is to shift coaching from an individual, one-on-one premium product that we've kind of positioned it as, to move it to something that becomes coaching as a system or coaching as a process. And very much to what Louise was saying is to build it into group coaching contexts, putting it as part of a leadership development program, working on developing internal coaching competencies within organizations so that managers and leaders are also not toxically positive. I had that conversation with somebody yesterday where managers and leaders don't know how to interact with their people because they don't have the skill and they don't have the competence to do that. So there's an opportunity to really capacitate some of those young managers and leaders with the skill to help others within the organization. Somebody mentioned it at a panel earlier today too, was just being able to integrate mentoring and supervision into the ecosystem. But if I can add on to what Dr. Lulu was saying earlier on, is as coaches, we also need to become a little bit more open and vulnerable to accepting that we don't always know. That when we're working in different contexts, to be able to acknowledge that I actually don't know what your traditions are, what your culture is, like helping coaches to become a little bit more open to admitting that they don't really know what the context is, and being able to ask the right questions to understand the context so that they can support the environment. And I think the example that I want to give is in the Women Leadership Development Program that we had women from Tunisia, Morocco, Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, and just hearing their different contexts and trying to ask the questions differently, but in a way that it wasn't judging anybody's culture or anybody's traditions or anybody's beliefs. As a coach, it requires us to become a lot more culturally competent and a lot more open to having those kinds of tough conversations that really supporting environments like that to embrace the diversity and to be able to work more effectively together. So as young professionals and working with young professionals, as a coach, I think as coaches within the environment, we need to really look to supervision to help us to navigate those spaces a little bit more effectively.
Are we copying and pasting the West? Or are we finding ways that are appealing, that are talking to the coaching and mentoring in South Africa, our own? And I'll leave it to any of the takers here. Someone yesterday spoke about one of the Basotho kings, Morena Mohlomi, or King Mohlomi, who was already mentored and coached. Maybe it might not have been documented, but we have our own stories as Africans that appeal to us, that talk to how people have been engaged and mentored by the elders. How do we deal with that? Any taker?
I'm happy to go. I think, Mr. President, there are a number of issues here. I think I just jotted down here, which you've just said, it's indigenous knowledge system. Somebody reminded me when I were talking about, you call it peer coaching, group coaching, circles. In our program, we call it circles. That actually, when I grew up in an extended family, the granny, when I think about it now, it was coaching. When they were doing inzomi, what is inzomi in English? For what? Stories, well, it's not quite stories, but yeah, whatever. We call it inzomi, where after dinner, you are sitting around, whether it's the fire or whatever, and all the children, you are sitting around the granny, and it's telling you this story. But when I think about it now, it wasn't just stories. It was actually coaching that was happening there. And out of that story and us engaging, asking questions and all of that, it's only out of that that she will identify who needs individual coaching here. Then you will be picked up of that. You will be sent to some auntie in another village to go and visit for your school holidays. And so for me, it's about how do we draw from some of those, because I talked about safety, understanding the context. How do we draw from some of those as we design our systems? I think the second thing for me, which is important in the cut and paste, is also language. I think as coaching, we talk a lot about boundaries. And I don't have an answer for that, but I'm wondering, within my cultural context, what boundaries mean. When you say in my family, I need my boundaries, that doesn't really talk. That's not a language, that's not a concept that resonates in my cultural context. So how do I, but having said that, but what we are trying to say as coaching in boundaries, that I get, but it's how do you frame that in a cultural context so that it can sink and do what we're trying to do as coaches. And so there's a lot of that for me. It's about what are the systems, what are the processes, languaging that we need to find that really talks to the continent and to what we are trying to do in a continent that's deeply wounded, that needs healing. And so for me, coaching is not just in the boardroom. It's a healing process for this continent that is layered with all kind of community-wide wounding as well as a layer. So this individual that I'm coaching in the boardroom, I'm not just coaching them for their relationship with their boss. There's a whole range of other wounding that's sitting out underneath that isn't just the individual. It's the whole community that within which that they exist. Don't know if I'm making sense.
You're making sense.
So I'm really saying as a coach, so as with this client and we are discussing what alternatives, what if, I need to understand as a coach the constraints that this client is actually sitting with. So that, and the cost of some of the options that me and her, or because I deal with women, that we are discussing. And what is the capacity that I need to support this client as they go and renegotiate in this context that they exist in. And so that's where I think for me the issue of the responsibility of the coach to understand the context, so that as I support my client, I'm not throwing them to the wolves or her in the wolves in the family, because the social cost is very high. So if I understand that context, then I will navigate with my client carefully, responsibly, whilst I'm increasing her capacity to also be the change agent in the same community.
Yes.
So it's a lot more complex than this one-on-one models that we have, that where I, as a coach myself, I was schooled in.
Let me engage the concept of Ubuntu coaching. Dr. Soni, you have co-authored a book of Ubuntu coaching with Dr. Dumisani Magadlela, who is who just come out of being the president of International Coaching Federation Global. You have done the work on Ubuntu coaching. What comes out of that?
So I'm not quite sure what you're looking for, but if you're looking for what's the results of doing that work, or what are the outcomes of doing that work, or what is the journey of doing that?
Let me put it in this way. Are we copying the West, copy and paste in our coaching, or are we trying to model our own kind of coaching? And you have partnered with Dr. Magadlela on that, Dumisani.
I think it's both. I think there has been a lot of modeling the West because that was what was available to us. But from the beginning, and I've lived in South Africa from the very beginning, started to develop coaching, and we started to develop all the programs, practitioner certificates, and all the academic programs and things, is that we have tried to bring in African cultures, traditions, etc. But it's not written up enough. And I think that's why I really hassled for 2 years to do this book, because we worked together for a long time. And so I think we're at the beginning stages of bringing different cultural traditions in. I think there's a lot that Africa brings, storytelling, as we've just heard. Is it from Dr. Lulu? I'm not quite sure of everybody's names. I didn't get it when we met. I think that we have a long way to go to bring more African models of coaching, but they're there. They're just not written up. And I think the practitioners who are working with their African traditions of storytelling and how they, I love that example of sitting around the grandmother and hearing the stories, because I grew up like that, because we have Native American in my family. So I grew up working in rounds, each one speaking once before anyone spoke twice, every voice from the 6-month, the 1-year-old, bringing in their voice. So I grew up like that. And I think it needs to be written up, and I think we are bringing it in, but in our academic programs, we're not. It's being talked about, but we're not bringing in an African way of mentoring or coaching, and I think we need to do that. So I think, and that's just kind of one answer to the question. But many coaches are working with it because they grew up in Africa. And so but I don't know how much they're talking about it, or if they actually don't appreciate what they bring. So I can't answer that.
Thank you.
So did I answer your question?
Yes, definitely. The work is there, the work has been done, and it's continuing. And yes, the message is adapt or be left out. Madam Lepane, I wanted to engage you with even a much more bigger role. But let me, because you are in private sector, in public sector, which is employing the biggest employer in South Africa, and which is made up of people that are from the communities of Africans that did not have that access. And they find themselves in the employment in which you are, and which is where your school currently, the School of Government, okay, could be playing a significant role in ensuring that the turnabout or the turnaround that we can have with coaching the people that are coming from those communities can really turn this whole South Africa upside down.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lulu and Chair. So the question about the Western models, government actually is a very Western system, right? So we are goal-driven, we're goal-directed, we performance focused, and we are individual performance focused rather than team focused. So yes, the young man and the young woman coming from the environment that Dr. Lulu has described now comes into this environment where there's goals, there's performance, there's loneliness, there's sadness, there's frustration, there's a lack of relation, there's a lack of connectivity. So when it comes to the role of COMENSA, and coaching in the public service, we really want to bring the conversation to moving away from individualism to that relational identity. If the work environment, as Dr. AJ has just indicated, is so lonely, what's the solution to loneliness? If we are constantly driving to problem solving, but we are not making meaning, we're not reflecting on the system, we are not seeing, we speak about foresight in our training. What are the patterns that are being revealed to us? We follow clear linear approaches, but working in government is a level of complexity that Pandile just spoke about a few minutes ago. And then, how do we connect to the lived wisdom? Because the young person coming into the public service comes with everything that they've lived through. How do we support them as coaches, as mentors, even as supervisors living through that experience as well? So the conversation with COMENSA and the School of Government is, how do we get it down on paper? As Dr. Sunny says, we are doing it, but it's not being codified. Prof. Nikki said there are research mechanisms. Can we track that down with what Joyce has indicated? If it is there, can COMENSA help tie it down so that it becomes part of our changed practice? And I'm really moving towards social justice within the public service. And so how do we bring that value for coaching?
Coaches and mentors of South Africa that are sitting here, there's challenges. South Africa is looking up to you, let alone the rest of the continent. The challenge is on you to look at shaping this future of coaching and mentoring and get it to be adapted to context. This can be a subject that we can talk about, or the discussion that we can have the whole day. Lee, I'm bringing another subject. Another big one is technology going to democratize coaching or demoralizes it, or even deepen the inequality?
It's a big question. So technology is certainly helpful. So having come from an IT background, I recognize the value of technology. Technology definitely has a place. But it could also, so it could actually do both, is the real answer. Because if people don't have access, or they're not computer literate, or they don't know how to use the technology, you actually have a situation where you're pushing them away. So it's a combination of both. I think technology definitely has a role. I think it's in the design of how we design coaching systems rather than just throwing technology at the problem. So it's definitely both. It can do both. It can really bring people in, but it can also alienate them if they feel like they don't have the resource, they don't have the capacity, they're not computer literate enough, they don't have the resources to tap into the technologies. It can actually have the opposite impact of what we're looking for in terms of making coaching more accessible.
Dr. Lulu, on the ground, now we're talking on the ground. Is it going to make a difference, or is it going to deepen this inequality?
I'm like Lee on this one. I think I'm kind of caught between saying and acknowledging, even conceding that technology is here, AI is here, so there's nothing I'm going to do about that. But what I also know is that the young people that I'm dealing with, they desperately need to be seen, and AI is not going to see them. They desperately need to be heard, and AI and technology is not going to hear them, as in hearing, not typing. I know that they need to be held, and technology is not going to hold them. They need that safety where they can go and almost go and Kosela. I mean, it's a Friday afternoon, I should be speaking Xhosa already by now. So my English bundles are gone. So need somebody where they can go almost and put their head down. And that's what they need. And so I think that's where my struggle is. So how do we balance this? Because in a number of instances, these young women, as you hear, I'm talking mainly about young women because those are the people that I deal with. They don't have voice. So they're struggling, they're trying to find voice at home, in community, and in corporate. They are not seen. And so if they're going to go now to their office and go on their app for their AI coach, they're going to get the tools. But they are not going to get the connection and the depth that they're looking for. So how do we balance this? And as I say, I've got no idea, because I'm conceding that I cannot say technology and easy. I don't want you here. It's here, but there are issues here in terms of how do we balance all of this out.
If I can just add exactly what Dr. Lulu was saying, as a coach, I recognize the value of AI. There's certainly a way of tracking goals and doing some of those kinds of things. But when I'm sitting with a client, I'm not just listening to the words, and the words is what AI will get, right? I'm looking for the change in color. I'm looking for the emotion in the eyes. I'm looking for the semantic gestures which gives me shows me that's the trigger, and that's the very key that's going to unlock something that's hidden. And the words don't do that. And the words is what AI gets. So I think we really have to be careful and position and see the role of AI for what it is, but it can't take away the human aspect of really picking up what's going on below the words or below the surface. And that's where the coach plays such a critical role in the relationship.
Dr. Sunny, just in 2 minutes. Our children at this point in time, they request. The word is request. I request Uber. I request delivery. I order. They don't have the time. And there's softwares like Hello Coach, which is there, it's cheaper, You can request a coach, and you can be online. It's anytime there's a coach for you available, you request a coach. And before you think about it, they are in front of a coach. 2 minutes on that.
So my youngest grandson and my oldest grandson use Hello Coach. And they found it quite useful. I think there are a couple of things we need to think about. One is that children are growing up with cell phones, apps. They don't communicate with each other face to face, they communicate by text. Even in business today, people don't want to make a phone call, they want to send you a text message. We have lost people connection, we have lost relationality in a big way in society worldwide. So what can also be lost is human dignity. And so then there's bullying that happens, etc. So we need to stay people-centered, and we need to make sure that leaders don't adapt themselves to the system rather than developing people and developing themselves. So the same as with parenting, parents are too busy and they put kids in front of an app or a TV or, they're not getting, kids anymore aren't getting the human attention they used to. Even at school, they may get some help from their teacher as a tutor, that's possible, but I think what's being lost is touch, is the human touch, human dignity, human interaction. And if we lose that completely, then, and I don't remember exactly what your question was, but if we lose that completely, then AI does win and does take over. And we can't lose that. We can integrate it. But what's happening is people take the easy route. Take the easy. So just remind me that I'm answering your question.
Yes, you did try your best to answer it. There's a lot more to it, and I do believe that it is not something that can be resolved now. It can be some of the ideas, the matters that we do have them in mind as we go along. My my audience is here, and I'm sure they are yearning to get involved on this subject. And we'll take 3 questions. Please be to save time and be able to respond. We are very limited on the time. Go straight to your point.
First of all, just quickly, congratulations to you for keeping us going right to the end here. And Sunny, yours is a voice we can't afford to lose. Yeah. I wonder if I'm the only one at this conference going home with more questions and answers, and a deep sense that COMENSA is at a liminal place between what we were and what we need to become. Louise, your question sits in my mind. Can COMENSA change fast enough to meet the developmental, inclusive and systematic systems needs? While I'm listening to you guys, I looked up COMENSA's definition of coaching, and I wonder if we don't need to go back to that and start it. I also looked at ICF and EMCCs, and they all, Dr. Lulu, all focus on what you and I both started off with as individual, the individual one-on-one coaching. I won't read them out to you, but I'm wondering if we don't need to call on our research committee to re-look at what our definition of coaching is, because I, for one, wouldn't be able to do it. But I'm leaving here with a real sense that what we're going to do in the future has to be quite different. So I just want to say, maybe we need to start there, a relook at some of the starting points of COMENSA. But well done for raising these uncomfortable questions.
Madam Baloyi, research and development. There is one of the issues and matters to be looked into.
Should I go? Okay. All right. Thanks, President and the panel. President, I think today we're talking access, based on what Jabu has alluded to from the gala dinner. And one wonders if whether this future of coaching, mentoring, supervision in South Africa and the rest of African continent, is it a coincidence that we're doing it today and the universities are here? Dr. Sishi was here earlier on, and then one wonders, at where we at the moment, you posed a very important question to Dr. Susan in terms of the Ubuntu research that they have done. And to say, maybe the question that we need to be asking ourselves from a COMENSA perspective and the collaboration that we wish to get into with other stakeholders to say, in 10 years down the line, would we be able to say we have an African research based that we can really say it's relevant, accessible, and African? What is your thought around, you know, one decision that from a COMENSA perspective and the important stakeholders should we actually explore in having this African research that is accessible and relevant?
Yeah. We are not intending on it, we are on it.
Okay.
The simple, straight answer is that we are on it. And that's why we brought the research. And the bigger challenge we've always had with institutions of higher learning, when we collaborate and we did talk to the panel, there's always a disjuncture between the interest of the supervisor at the universities, and Prof, we talked about it, and the interest of the industry through addressing the challenges of the industry. So we caucus with the panel, and on the road shows that we'll be going through at this point in time, we'll be very clear and intentional about addressing the challenges that we face up with. Is it culture? Is it Ubuntu? Is it entrepreneurship? And we would like to have researchers that are helping our coaches to traverse those roads, as opposed to a supervisor who is at the university wanting to have a research that is irrelevant to the practice. I hope I'm addressing that. So we are not intending on that. Even after the panel, we still had conversations to say, we are on it together, we will be joining hands. Yeah, I hope I've answered you. We're running a little bit of time, Dr. Manyaka, I think. Let's give Dr. Pett there. Dr. Pett was actually one of the first, but should we say ladies first,
yes.
Dr. Pett?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you also to the panel. I want to start off on a positive note because I was around 20 years ago when coaching was brand new in the country. I tried to join COMENSA back then, and you know, nothing was simple back then in coaching for people of color and for Black people. So I want to say that there's been many shifts. Just the profile of COMENSA today is a shift, yeah? And I remember back then, I was very upset and perturbed by the fact that coaching focused so much on the individual. And I remember in all the training courses I attended, whenever I asked about context, I was frowned upon, I was treated like a pariah. And so I want to kiss Dr. Lulu's feet today when she speaks about context and systems and holistic approaches, etc. What I want to focus on is the woundedness of South Africa and our continent. What I found lacking 20 years ago and even 10 years ago was definitely a contextual approach. And what I went searching for was a trauma-informed coaching approach. And I've been using a trauma-informed coaching approach for the last 10 years with huge success. So I know we speak about Ubuntu coaching and systemic coaching, and I just did not want us to leave here today without me having said something about trauma-informed coaching, because it is so, so, so pertinent for our country and for the continent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ma'am, were you here yesterday?
No, Unfortunately not.
You missed out.
Oh, sorry.
You missed out. There was a full panel on it. There was a full discussion on it. So it has been included. Dr. Ped.
Thank you so much, and good
When,
afternoon.
when you see the lady on the far left, then you know that you're in trouble.
My good sir, I can assure you I am going to be succinct.
Yes.
Just two questions. The first one is that, we've got a high degree of youth and teenage suicide in the country. So my question is, what would be the role of mentorship and coaching to mitigate such? That's my first question. Then the other one is a statement. I think Dr. Lulu has kind of touched on it, but let me say it anyway. I wonder or not whether we do have some conversations during dinner on what coaching and mentoring is all about. During dinner tables, with the little ones, where we talk about it, we also tell them that I, as a dad, or I, as your uncle, had a burning platform. I went to this person who is a coach, and this is how they helped me, such that they can start calibrating themselves to know that if I have a problem, I don't bottle it in up until it just becomes explosive. I promise to be succinct. I thank you.
Thank you. Working with young professionals is Lee. Dr. Lulu, that is exactly for that. Dr. Lulu, she's working with niche young women. So these are the professionals that when we leave here, I don't want to have had them sitting here, but I want them to be part of the contribution to what's changing and shaping our society. 1 minute, yes, 30 seconds.
Am I closing?
Yes.
Oh,
We are
thank you very
wrapping up.
much. And thank you very much again, Chair, for the opportunity. For me, the closing sentence is to keep the main thing the main thing. Keep the main thing. To keep an open mind, explore and collaborate and be inclusive. For me, my last sentence must be, I'm including myself in the family of COMENSA, we must be relentless in our kindness and generosity. It must be the character of COMENSA as much as we uphold ethics, quality, and resilience. We must be relentless in our kindness and generosity.
Thanks. Dr. Lulu, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, I think by now, I struggle with that. But having said that, I think the one thing that I will say is, I think what coaching school I had is you meet the client where they're at. Where is the client? I come back to this, do we understand where the client is? Because we're supposed to meet them where they are. And the second one is around the coaching agenda. I am unapologetically I put my agenda on the table. I think we told that you must take out your agenda as a coach. And I'm saying, in the context of the African continent that is wounded, that needs healing, coming back to the issue of trauma-informed coaching, my agenda is very, very explicit. And I think these are some of the things that we need to get close to say, do we have an agenda as coaching? What are we coaching for? And I'm very clear about what I'm coaching for. And I'm inviting COMENSA also into a conversation with psychotherapists, because I think that intersection there is something also that could give us something more meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee?
20 seconds. Africa won't be shaped by coaching we import, but by the coaching that we adapt and make our own. And coaching only becomes truly valuable when it's both accessible and effective.
Thank you. We had 1 hour on this. We still have Dr. Soni. Don't forget about it. Dr. Soni, 30 seconds.
I'm going to just agree with everything everybody's just said. The only thing I would say is we need to work together. And I agree, we need to listen and hear our clients. We also, that's the if you like, the smaller picture, working with our clients. The bigger picture is what's happening out in society. Coaching and mentoring contributes hugely to that, no matter what country you're in. But in South Africa, it's really different. And relationships are key. And we need to continue to honor the relationships that need to be built in society with the young in terms of their coaching and mentoring, and we need to provide it for them, and we need to be sure, we talked about the wounds that people carry, that if you're working with trauma-based coaching, that we need to make sure that that is available, as long as there's some kind of psychological, obviously, basis to that.
Thank you.
But I think the main thing is we need to work together. We need to pay attention to what's happening out there in the world, but we need to develop our own way of going forward in Africa. And we are beginning to do that, and we must keep on going.
Thanks, Dr. Sani. Adapt or be left out. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Mohau. Thank you so much to your panel. We have a small gesture of appreciation from the COMENSA community. Dr. Sani, we're sending lots of love to you.
Thank you.
We're sorry you're not here to also get a little goodie.
Thank you.
I accept the love.
Thank you.
You accept the love and the sunshine. And we also would like to have a photo op. I don't know if Dr. Sani's screen is also able to be incorporated somehow. And on brand, we have to show the 20 at COMENSA.
Oh, yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, President. So part of my own practice around keeping time, I think of coaching conversations. So I sell time. So when you're sitting with a coaching client, we want to develop the discipline and the practice. If we agreed to 60 minutes, we contract and we say 5 more minutes. Where would you like to have gotten to at the end of our coaching conversation? So we have 10 minutes until our contracted time of 1600. I have a few announcements, but I wanted to just check quickly. We had 2 needs. Does anyone have a lead for our requests? The one was around the 500 coaching, the community, to tap into a wider community. I see Linda is like, I got you. And the AI and coaching need. Can we please have a mic in that, Manyak?
Hi. Okay, so 500 at 50 is impacting 500 women's lives at the age of 50. Teenage girls up until around about 30 years old. And we can talk offline about how it's going to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Linda is your plug. You can talk to Linda and see what happens. A reminder, if you're posting pictures, remember to tag COMENSA. There's the hashtag COMENSA Conference 26. If you have any specific pictures of people that you want to share and they looked amazing, please share. At the back, we still have some exhibitors who are here. So TAP at the back, you have to find who TAP is. TAP would like to offer an opportunity to win a book. We also have Warren from Map Style, who is giving you an opportunity, so one person, to win a 15,000 Rand gift. So it deals with accreditation. So find Warren at the back, find TAP at the back, and you'll get an opportunity to win. You are also being encouraged to please look out for the evaluation form that's going to be sent out by the COMENSA conference team. Your feedback is so important because it helps us to plan the next conference. I hope, Austerisa, we're going to have another conference. This is not the first and last. You don't want to be staring for one time. You want to have a conference again over and over. So please be generous with your feedback or your feed forward so that it supports the COMENSA team in planning the next event. So we have on the program some acknowledgements from Farah, our conference committee lead, and then I get 5 minutes to close.
So good afternoon, everybody. I know it's the final stretch. It's really the final stretch, and I'm so grateful that you are all still here with us. As we come to the close of our inaugural 2-day conference, I stand before you with a deep sense of gratitude, pride, and reflection. Over the past 2 days, we have engaged in meaningful dialogue, shared knowledge, challenged perspectives, strengthened our collective commitment to advancing the coaching and mentoring profession, and enjoyed some strategic networking. An event of this caliber and magnitude is never the work of one person. It's the result of many hands, many minds, and many hearts working together. It is a privilege to have been trusted with the position of task team lead. So I'd like to recognize those who made this conference a success. To the conference task team, your commitment, your energy, and your belief in this vision has brought this event to life. This team is made up of our president, our vice president, the CEO, the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee Chair, Teresa Moila, Joyce Baloyi, the R&D Committee Chair, and of course myself. This team carried the responsibility of a first, and they have done so with excellence. Thank you. Yes. To our speakers and facilitators, thank you for giving of your valuable time, sharing your insights, knowledge, and expertise so generously. And can I ask you, please, we had a sterling, powerful lineup for 2 days. Can we please give them a round of applause? Absolutely. Thank you. Our strategic partners, SABPP, SIOPSA, SACWA, SACAP, NSG, and DHET. Partnerships are what transforms vision into reality. Thank you for your belief in COMENSA, and we look forward to a continued mutually beneficial partnership. Our generous sponsors, SACAP, our silver sponsor for this event, Nedbank, Pulping Print Products, Quantum Thinking, Couch Powerhouse, Bronwyn Buchanan on the ball. Thank you also for believing in this vision and for your contribution. Yes, thank you. Our exhibitors, thank you so much. Our volunteers, do we have any left? I just want the volunteers, please, to stand. Who's left? Who do we have left? Please stand, please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, please, please, please. Their willingness to serve has created a seamless experience, honestly, and I'm so, so grateful that they put up their hands, some without even being asked. Tamara, the lady at the back on the side, yes, Tamara, the administrator for COMENSA. Your coordination has ensured excellence in execution across both days. Thank you, Tamara. So I have to make a special mention of a duo. That's our Vice President and Teresa Moila. Thank you so much for being my sounding board for those quick calls any time of the day or night. And honestly, I know I say quick, it ends up 2 hours. I'm just one of those people that, 30 seconds, President, would have never worked for me up here. Once again, to each and every one of you, thank you. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your commitment to this profession. As we close the conference, let us leave not only inspired, but committed to continuing this work. Thank you.
We can talk about love. We bring humanity back into the spaces that we operate. So, big gratitude from my side. You stayed. Those who needed to be in the room are here. And Margaret Mead's quote that never underestimate the power of a small group of committed citizens. It started with one conversation. Someone else joined, and it kept growing because it mattered that much. As you go out into your different spaces, may you think about which seeds Are you seeing? Where are you feeling that energy? Be curious. Be compassionate with yourself. And take courage as we go out and transform the spaces that we intervene. Big thanks from me for inviting me to partner with you on this. Have a good weekend, be safe, and take care.
We have spent 2 days at the conference together with 2 of my colleagues, including the gala dinner. We were incredibly grateful to be nominated for the Best Learning and Development Intervention Award and being amongst best in practice in our industry. I think our big learning over the last 2 days in the conference is just the wide spectrum of speakers and panelists that have challenged all of our thinking and given us the opportunity to really explore coaching and mentoring from various perspectives. And I think that's really what it's all about, is that we haven't held only one reality over the last 2 days, but rather what the conference has allowed us to do is hold multiple realities. And I know that's very much an anchor for us as coaches and mentors out there in the industry. So it's been our privilege and our pleasure to attend. We've been exposed to many different people who are walking different roads in terms of coaching and mentoring, and made some friends and some networking along the way. So we'd like to say thank you to COMENSA for a great intervention, and here's to the next 20 years.
COMENSA Africa Conference, what an aha moment. Brilliant collaborations, self-awareness, ethical consideration, mentoring and coaching holistically. So I couldn't have chosen to be anywhere else except to being where I am today. And I'm very thankful that I'm coming today as a better coach, capacitated and empowered. And I'm thankful for the space, and I'm thankful to the organizers, and I'm thankful to you guys as a crew to say you have made it very memorable, and I'm looking forward to implementing and executing what I've learned from this conference. And I'm super excited to plant a seed to my respective clients, a community where I'm coming from holistically. So yeah, I'm super excited, and I'm thankful to the board of COMENSA. I'm excited and looking forward to more growth. Thank you so much.